We have enough directors.
Good morning, everyone. If I can have you take your seats, we're about to call roll call to establish quorum. It's not very loud. Please take your seats. We're just going to call roll call to establish quorum and continue on with our meeting. I'm going to turn it over to Nicole for roll call.
Tanche, bon matin, everyone. Calling in alphabetical order. Katie Aldred. Katie Aldred? Dave Allard?
Dave's here. He's going for coffee.
All right. Melanie Allard.
Present.
Thank you. Rob Anderson.
Rob's on his way, but I'm Jessica, sitting here.
Thank you. Jessica Hebert-Faria. Kyle Belcourt Gladieu.
Present.
Thank you. Danielle Bergevin. Here. Caitlin Bird. Here. Joy Bremner. Present. Zev Brewer. Not yet. Is anyone here from Métis Nation Powell River or Cathet as it's now known? He's here, just running behind? All right. Ron Caron.
Ron's here too. He went for coffee.
Yo, Region 3, what's up?
Yeah, Dave is here.
Excellent. Carmen Carrier.
Present.
Bernadette Chaboyer. Present. Thank you. Alana Copeland. Here. Nicole Corson. Not yet.
She's in the building. I think she's just running a there she is. There she is.
Excellent.
Yay!
Jeff Crozier.
Presidente.
Louis DeJagger.
Present.
Betty Deck. Betty Deck? Anyone from Moccasin Flats? Betty's here. Okay. Cheryl Dodman.
I'm here, thanks.
Mark Dubord.
Present.
Deborah Fisher.
Present.
Paulette Flamond.
Present.
Lee Fraser.
I'm here.
Rainey Gervais.
Here.
Dean Gladieu.
Released from hospital here.
Feb Goulet.
Here.
Tony Goulet.
Happy Saturday.
Beautiful Graham.
Top of the morning to you, gorgeous.
Patrick Harriet.
Present.
Susie Hooper.
Present.
Brenda House.
Here.
Zelda Hunt.
I'm here, and my son just had his baby a few minutes ago.
Travis Jobin.
Present.
Jamie Keith.
Present, and Ron Caron beside me is here as well.
Thank you. Alan Lavalle.
Here.
Rick Lewis.
Present.
Tyler Massey.
Present.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Good morning.
Walter Minot.
Here.
Vanessa Mueller.
Present.
Brianna Pelche. Here. Chris Sample.
Present.
Mert Servatius.
Here.
Lisa Shepard.
Uta.
Natasha Smith. Here. Okay. Tom Spence.
Here.
Okay. Joyce Sundin. Here. Marlene Swears. Present. Heather Weaver. Here. Okay. And Anthony Wingham.
Here.
Thank you. We do have a quorum. I have a total of 46 people present.
46. 46. Thank you very much. Before we start and move on to resolution number 1, just a couple of quick reminders. First one, just please remember to either turn off your cell phone or put it on silent. Please also, for those in the gallery, to put in silent or turn off. That would be much appreciated. Second, just want to raise something about the microphones from yesterday, and I see Jamie's light on, and this will be a perfect example. Yesterday, there were a few times when people were wishing to indicate that they wish to speak by putting the microphone on, and that does help me, and I appreciate it. What I'll try to do today is, when I see it and have add your name to the list, kind of lock eyes or point so that you can turn it off while you're waiting. We had 2 issues yesterday that develop. When there's too many on, we start getting feedback, and that becomes a bit distracting and not as good for the equipment. Excuse me. Secondly, when they are on, and you're having conversations with whoever beside you or whatever you're saying, we probably can't hear it in the room, but they are hearing it clearly online, apparently. So those discussions are being heard online because it is getting picked up and going through the system that way. So to avoid any discussion that's not necessarily on the floor at the time going online, I would just suggest once we have your name, you can turn your microphone off until it's your turn. So I just wanted to raise those couple reminders. And
I have one more thing.
And Nicole has one more comment before we start.
Thank you. Yesterday, Colette introduced our new Director of Governance. This is Anissa. She was not available. She was super busy yesterday. So this is Anissa White, and she is the new Director of Governance and Corporate Officer for MNBC.
Okay, everyone. So we will move to Resolution 1. That is on page 38, and I will turn it over to our clerk.
Okay. This is Resolution 1. The title is Update to Strategic Partnerships and Synchronization of Métis Women 2S LGBTQIA+ and Youth Legislation. It affects the Women's Act, the 2S LGBTQIA+ Act, and the Youth Act. It's been submitted by the Métis Women British Columbia chairperson in consultation with MWBC, the Métis 2S LGBTQIA+ British Columbia chairperson in consultation with the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council, and the Métis Youth British Columbia chairperson in consultation with MyBC. It was submitted on March 17th, 2025, and requires a 75% vote for approval. Whereas Métis Nation British Columbia is a recognized provincial body to represent the interests of Métis people living in British Columbia, MNBC has undergone significant changes in strategic partnerships in 2024. On November 30th, 2024, the Métis Nation Governing Assembly voted to depart the Métis National Council due to concerns pertaining to inequitable voting structures impacting non-founding members. On December 5th, 2024, the MNBC Board of Directors released a statement outlining concerns over the conduct and operations of Les Femmes Mashif Otipemisiwak, or LFMO, in British Columbia, with ceasing further support of LFMO until remedying actions are taken. Legacy language pertaining to the MNC and LFMO remains in the legislations for Youth, Women, and 2S LGBTQIA+ Acts, which are now outdated. And the Métis Councils for Women, 2S LGBTQIA+, and Youth in BC look towards building a nation that has a strong presence both on a national and international level, ensuring the well-being and vibrance of the BC Métis community. Be it resolved that A, the Women's Act be amended by removing the struck-out words as noted on the screen and inserting the underlined words in Articles 4.4 and 5.4, so it shall read as 4.4, the voice of Métis women in British Columbia shall be brought to the MNBC, federal and provincial governments, international organizations and associations through the MWBC Provincial Governance Council. 5.4, the provincial women's chairperson shall provide provincial, federal, and international representation for Métis women and be accountable to the Provincial Governance Council and the MNBC Board of Directors. B, the following be added as a sub-article to Article 6 of the Women's Act. In the event of a vacancy in the MWBC Provincial Governance, in the event a vacancy in the MWBC Provincial Governance Council arises due to the resignation, removal, suspension, or otherwise of an MWBC member, the vacancy shall be filled in accordance with MNBC legislation. C, the 2S LGBTQIA+ Act be amended by removing the struck-out words as noted on the screen and inserting the underlined words in Articles 2.3 and 5.3 so that it shall read for 2.3, the voice of Métis 2S LGBTQIA+ people in British Columbia shall be brought to the MNBC, federal and provincial governments, international organizations and associations through the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. And 5.3, the 2S LGBTQIA+ chairperson shall provide provincial, federal, and international representation for 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis citizens and be accountable to the Provincial Governance Council and the MNBC Board of Directors. D, Article 6.3 of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Act be amended by removing the struck-out words as noted on the screen and inserting the underlined words so it will read, in the event a vacancy in the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council arises due to the resignation, removal, suspension, or otherwise of a 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council member, the position shall be filled in accordance with MNBC legislation as amended from time to time. E, Article 4.4 of the Youth Act be amended by removing the struck-through words and inserting the underlined terms as noted on the screen so that the article will read, the voice of Métis youth in British Columbia shall be brought to the MNBC, federal and provincial governments, international organizations and associations through the MyBC Provincial Governance Council. F, Article 6.3 of the Youth Act be amended by removing the struck-out words and inserting the underlined words displayed on the screen and such that the article will read, in the event of a vacancy in the MyBC Provincial Governance Council arises due to the resignation, removal, suspension, or otherwise of a MyBC committee member, the vacancy shall be filled in accordance with MNBC legislation. And G, the Youth Act be amended by striking all instances of MyBC committee and replacing it with MyBC Provincial Governance Council.
Thank you very much. I will look for a mover and a seconder.
I so move. Carmen Carrier, Provincial Métis Women of BC Chairperson.
Thank you very much. A seconder?
I so move. Louis DeJager, 2S LGBTQIA+ Council Chair.
Thank you very much. Resolution 1 is before the floor, and I will turn it over to Chairperson Carrier.
Yes, so this resolution is basically just to update our governance, to update the language, to bring it up to speed to the current relationships that we have, and that is with the tri-councils, the Métis Youth, the 2S Plus Council, and the MMBC, and it's MWBC, pardon me, and it's to empower our duly elected council members to step into their place in the governance structure as representatives for the people who elected them, and that would be our youth, our women, and our 2S Plus folks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairperson Dieger.
The 2S LGBTQIA+ Council fully supports the alignment of the Women's Act, the Youth Act, and the 2S LGBTQIA+ Act.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion? Yes, please go ahead.
Anthony Wingham with Chia Métis Society. Just in regards to the removal of the Métis National Council and the Women of the Métis Nation La Femmes Midship Opt, I won't say that other word. Is there any plans to join these organizations in the future? And has there been any dialogue with these organizations since we left them? Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps I'll turn to President Minot.
One of the main reasons why this resolution came forward to actually embolden the voice of our elected leaders. You know, in these three committees or these three chairs for MNBC, right now the voice of these chairs are not being heard at the federal and provincial level because of these organizations. They have embedded themselves into our structure by more or less competing against the province of BC for a lot of the funding programs, a lot of the issues that they have to deal with at these levels, and our voice is not being heard at these levels. And we also, there was a resolution passed by the Board of Governors a few years ago to hold LFMO accountable financially and politically, and it was not honored. Instead of honoring that request by the governing members, they chose to separate from MNC, and now they're in direct competition with MNBC in a lot of the different issues in regards to these three chairs. So what that does, it eliminates the voice of MNBC, and as each and every one of you know, I've always fought hard to make sure that BC is represented at all levels. We haven't in the past, and we are pushing hard to make sure that our voice is heard. We need to do what's best for British Columbia and the citizens of British Columbia, and right now we feel having this voice, this strong voice at all levels of government through our elected leaders is the best way to represent our people here in British Columbia. And when we have other agencies perceived to be representing us but aren't including our leaders, that is not representation. And we feel that we need to make this stance, not just to our body here, but to all levels of government, to show them that our leaders, our elected leaders, are the people that speak on behalf of our citizens, are the ones that speak on behalf of each one of our committees and our groups. And this is one way to assure that we are the voice that's being heard, and this will be also be told to the federal and provincial governments that our governance structure here has, voiced their opinion that our elected leaders are to be respected at all levels of government and are representing our people here in BC to move our issues forward. We feel that these other bodies do not know the issues of British Columbia. They might know some federal issues in regards to these groups, but they don't know what BC needs. They don't know what our issues are. Our elected leaders know those. They've been around to the communities. They talk to our leadership here throughout BC, so they understand the needs of the British Columbia, the youth group, the women's group, the 2S LGBTQIA+ committees, and we need their voice to be heard at all levels. And I think this table needs to, put our voice behind them and support them 100% as our representatives here in British Columbia. So I support this resolution 100%.
Thank you. Chairperson Carey, just a quick question before you start. Are you wishing to respond to Anthony's or President Wingham's question? Okay, then please go ahead.
So President, I was just going to let you know that this resolution is basically a housekeeping resolution. It's updating the language in our governance because these relationships no longer exist within the governance of the MNC and the governance of the LMFO. They have changed their governance structures that don't include the MWBC, the 2S Plus Council, or our Youth Council. So it's a housekeeping issue here. Those conversations I'm happy to have with you. If you want to sit down and have further conversations, I'm happy to do that with you. But this is a housekeeping, this is not a comment on the other two organizations. This is empowering our own duly elected councils. Speaking for the Women's Council, we have incredibly talented, smart, gifted women who are ready to step in and represent their regions because they have been elected to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson Jager.
Yeah, thanks very much. Louis D. Jager, 2SLGTBQQIA+ chairperson. The relationships have changed, so they're no longer government to government. These are other organizations. We have relationships with Transcare BC, HIM Network. We're pursuing to build bridges, but build bridges that are going to be reciprocal and that are going to help the 2SLGTBQQIA+ citizens of MNBC.
Thank you. Chairperson Bergevin.
Thank you, Danielle Bergevin, Métis Youth BC Chair. I just wanted to speak in support of this resolution. Really, this is not about other organizations. This is about empowering our councils to stand on our own and to engage in, like, this resolution is about us. It could be any organizations that are listed there. It's really about empowering our councils to stand on our own and to be able to define ourselves by what we would like to be defined by and not defining ourselves by our affiliations with other organizations. So on behalf of the Métis Youth of BC, I will be voting in support of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. President Bird.
Caitlin Bird, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. I find it, I'm a little uncomfortable with how it's being presented as a housekeeping matter when it is a reflection of relationships that we have with other organizations. And so I would have preferred that this was put forward to the Assembly as to allow us to decide what those relationships look like in a formalized manner, rather than this being put forward as a housekeeping matter, just to reflect how decisions that have already been made and how those relationships already look. That being said, we are in the situation we are in, so I will be voting in support of this, but I'm just uncomfortable with the way it's being presented. I mean, as a few of the speakers have mentioned and have gone into how we want to lift up our own people and not rely on other external organizations to represent us, that speaks to the fact that this is more than just a housekeeping matter to reflect current situations. Thank you.
Thank you. President Goulet.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in favor of this motion, whether it be a housekeeping or I agree with the way it was presented, but I think it is a good motion. More of my question, and I am in favor, but I'm just wondering, will this have funding implications for these organizations if they're going on their own? Like, does the National Council provide funding for them? No, I see no, so I wasn't sure how that structure worked, if they would have funding implications or if they'd be, looking for their own funding in order to move forward. But I am in favor of the resolution and the motion in general. Thanks.
Thank you. Just a moment before I get to the next speaker.
Could my Deputy Clerk Berinder please scroll up so that D is fully visible? D. D, like dog. There we go. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to point out, because I just think I caught this when I was reading it. If you'll see on Part D, You'll see under Article 6.3 in the wording that's going to be inserted, you'll see the word at the first line, in the event a vacancy in the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council shall arises, and the shall is crossed out. In the books, it is not crossed out. So I want to be clear from my reading, and it's consistent with all the other portions, that shall will be crossed out. So if you're following along in your book, maybe just cross out the shall. That was how it was read when our clerk went through it, but just so that everyone's clear, and that'll be consistent. So I just wanted to point that out as you saw that. Was there anyone else wishing to speak? I think, yes, go ahead, Chairperson Carrier.
I just wanted to address President Bird's comments, and thank you for those comments. From my perspective, being one of the chairs of the 3 councils, when we put this forward, this is a housekeeping resolution. Those side conversations, I can appreciate how with the preamble it might take folks in a different direction, but the facts are that we no longer belong to the MNC. The other fact is the LMFO as an organization has changed their governance, which no longer includes the MWBC. Those are the facts. So therefore, to have that in our own governance listed there, they just are outdated relationships. So it's not a comment on other organizations or how they are organizing themselves. This is a comment about our 3 duly elected councils. They are elected by our people, for our people, to serve our people. And we are asking you as an assembly to support your duly elected representatives because we want to support you and bring your voices to the table here within our nation, nationally, internationally. We want to bring the voices of your communities to any organization that is going to help advance the rights and the well-being of our Métis citizens. So I ask for your support on this, and please, let's remember this is about updating the language. Side conversations we can have, but let's talk about what this resolution is actually doing, which is updating the language of our own governance. Thank you.
Thank you. I see you wish to speak? Yeah, go ahead.
Question.
All right. I didn't have anyone else on my list, so we will proceed to a vote. I'll turn it over to my clerk, and she'll set out the voting requirements for this, and then proceed with the roll call vote.
All right, thank you, everyone. This vote requires a 75% majority to pass. So under the MNGA Act, this is not a housekeeping issue. Housekeeping issues require a 50% vote. Due to the substance of it, we felt it was best to set it as a 75% vote threshold, just because there are these side conversations going on and it needs to be clear for everyone. So with that, if there are no further comments, I will proceed with the vote. I think are we on alphabetical or reverse alphabetical?
Reverse now.
Reverse now. All right, starting from the bottom. Anthony Wingham.
In favor.
Thank you. Heather Weaver.
In favor.
Marlene Swears.
In favor.
Joyce and Din.
In favor.
Tom Spence.
In favor.
Natasha Smith.
In favor.
Lisa Shepard.
In favor.
Mert Servatius.
In favor.
Christina Sample.
In favor.
Brianna Pelche.
In favor.
Vanessa Muller.
In favor.
Walter Minot.
In favor.
Alice, sorry, that's not right. Betty Ann McDonnell.
In favor.
Tyler Massey.
In favor.
Rick Lewis.
In favor.
Alan Lavallee.
In favor.
Jamie Keith.
In favor.
Travis Jobin.
In favor.
Zelda Hunt.
In favor.
Brenda House.
In favor.
Susie Hooper.
In favor.
Jessica Hebert-Faria.
In favor.
Thank you. Patrick Harriott.
In favor?
June Graham.
In favor.
Tony Goulet.
In favor.
Feb Goulet.
In favor.
Dean Gladue.
In favor?
Kyle Belcourt Gladue.
In favor?
Rainey Gervais.
In favor?
Lee Fraser.
In favor.
Paulette Flamond.
In favor.
Deb Fisher.
In favor.
Mark Dubord.
In favor?
Cheryl Dodman.
In favor.
Betty Deck. Not here. Louis DeJager.
The council chooses to abstain.
Thank you. Jeff Crozier.
In favor.
Nicole Corson.
In favor.
Alana Copeland.
In favor.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
In favor.
Ron Caron.
In favor?
Chairperson Carrier.
In favor.
Zev Brewer.
In favor?
Joy Bremner.
With hesitation because of how it may be reacted to, I'm abstaining.
Caitlin Bird.
In favor.
Danielle Bergevin.
In favor.
Melanie Allard.
In favor.
Dave Allard.
Dave is in favor?
Katie Aldred.
In favor.
Thank you. And the motion passes with 46 in favor and 2 abstentions.
Thank you very much, everyone. And I'm going to turn it over to our co-speaker to proceed with resolution number 2.
Good morning, everyone. So we're moving on to resolution 2, which is on page 41 of your package. Now I'll pass it over to our clerk to read the resolution for us.
The topic of this, or the title of this resolution is Constitutional Updates for Clarity of Equality Rights. It affects the Constitution. It was submitted by the Métis Nation of Greater Victoria, and it was submitted on April 20th, 25, and requires a 75% vote for approval. Whereas the Métis Nation of British Columbia Constitution serves as the foundational piece of governing legislation for Métis citizens, all Métis citizens are valued members of our nation. The wording of the equality rights provisions in the current MNBC Constitution are not consistent with modern forms of equality rights provisions in other jurisdictions. Due, in part, to the impact of colonization, the rights and dignity of individuals are more likely to be infringed upon on the basis of any of the characteristics in the proposed amendment to Article 5. It is important to uphold the spirit of Wahkotoin by affirming the rights and dignity of individuals and the protection of the characteristics listed in the proposed amendment to Article 5 in a time of heightened discriminatory rhetoric across Turtle Island. It is necessary to clarify that the nation may act in an ameliorative way that could otherwise be considered to discriminate on the basis of a protected characteristic. It is necessary to enshrine the rights of all citizens in our Constitution. And 8, the proposed amendment to Article 6 seeks to prevent an interpretation that may exclude children and gender diverse individuals from the fundamental right of equal enjoyment of civil and political rights within our Constitution. Be it resolved that Article 5 of the Constitution be amended by deleting the struck-through words and inserting the underlined words as set out on the screen. And so it will read as, Article 5, the Métis Nation undertakes to respect and ensure to all Métis citizens within the nation rights without discrimination of any kind on the basis of race, including perceived race and color, ethnic background, origin or expression, including language and Métis identity, religion or creed, religious belief, religious association, or religious activity, political or other views, including political association or activity, spousal or family status, age, genetic characteristics, physical or mental disability or related characteristics or circumstances, including reliance on a service animal, a wheelchair, or any other remedial appliance or device. Sex, including sex-determined characteristics or circumstances such as pregnancy, the possibility of pregnancy, or circumstances related to pregnancy. Gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, and social condition, including income, source of income, occupation, and education. It is not discrimination or contrary to this article for the Métis Nation to carry out a program or activity, including employment equity, that has as its object the amelioration or conditions of Métis citizens who are disadvantaged due to one or more of the protected characteristics. B, Article 6 of the Constitution be amended by deleting the struck-through words and inserting the underlined words displayed on the screen so that it will read, all Métis citizens equally enjoy all civil and political rights set forth in these articles.
Thank you very much. Can I have a mover and seconder to put this on the floor?
Caitlin Bird, Métis Nation Greater Victoria, I move.
Thank you, President Bird. And a second? Oh. Is that President?
Second,
Yes.
Tyler Massey, North Island Métis.
Right, perfect, thank you. President Bird, if you would like to speak to the motion.
Thank you so much. When the Constitution, or when these articles in the Constitution were first brought in, it was a different time, and in the time between then and now, both nationally and internationally, the existence and impact of discrimination and disadvantage has expanded, and so this aligns with current national and international protections in place for folks. This is just aligning, ensuring that all of our citizens are well protected from ourselves and within ourselves and beyond, and so it's just bringing our Constitution into alignment with international and national guidelines and best practices. Thank you.
Thank you, President Bird. And President Massey?
I agree.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion on this motion? President DeBoard.
Mark DeBoard, Two Rivers. Just a question in regards to you mentioning how it's aligning with national, international standards. When I look at the Canadian Constitution, I don't believe that 5.12 is in there. And so I'm wondering why we're kind of adding it in if we're trying to align with international and national standards.
President Bird.
For clarity, 5.2, ethnic background, is that the one?
No, 5.12.
Oh, 5.12, social condition. That is so that we are ensuring that if somebody has an income or has a place of employment that perhaps some may discriminate against, that is not used against them as a disadvantage. So that is in some international circumstances.
Thank you, President Bird. President Keith.
I support the inclusion of 5.12 because I know that there are people in our nation that work with other Indigenous groups, whether it be LMO or other groups that work with Métis in the nation, and I think that they reserve the right to work in the nation for those groups and not be discriminated against or excluded because of it, because that's their source of income. Thank you.
Thank you, President Keith. Is there any other discussion? I see none. We'll pass it over to the clerk for the voting requirements on this one.
Again, this is a constitutional amendment, so it requires a 75% vote. Starting from the top of the alphabet, Katie Aldred.
In favor.
David Allard.
In support.
Melanie Allard. Mel? I just need to know if you're in favor or opposed.
Excuse me, just a point of order first.
Sorry, we've already called the vote, so we can't interrupt the vote with point of order. And we've already had members enter their vote.
Yeah, just talking to legal counsel, we just want to know the legal implications of this clause, whether our legal has not had put eyes on it and how it would reflect our
Well, I'm going to say it's out of order. We have started the vote. There was discussion, and no one else raised their hand to discuss. If this passes, it will not be in place until it passes at the AGM. So there will be time for additional review and obviously discussion before it would pass at the AGM.
So given we govern ourselves, can we do a sub-vote to see if we're going to continue the vote?
No, because some people have already entered their vote, and everyone else has that same opportunity to enter the vote. So we'll continue, and I think we were at
Vice President Allard.
I'm going to abstain.
Okay. You might just need to pull the microphone a little closer to you so you can be heard on the stream.
I'm going to abstain.
Thank you. Danielle Bergevin.
In favor.
Caitlin Bird.
In favor.
Joy Bremner. Okay. Zev Brewer.
In favor.
Ron Caron.
In favor.
Carmen Carrier.
In favor.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
In favor.
Alana Copeland.
In favor.
Nicole Corson.
In favor.
Jeff Crozier.
In favor.
Louis DeJager.
In favor?
Betty Deck. Not
In
here.
favor.
Oh, you arrived. Great. Cheryl Dodman.
In favor.
Mark Dubord.
In favor.
Deb Fisher.
In favor.
Paulette Flamond.
In favor.
Lee Fraser.
In favor.
Rainey Gervais.
In favor.
Kyle Belcourt Gladue.
In favor.
Okay, Dean Gladue.
In favor.
Feb Goulet.
In favor.
Tony Goulet.
In favor.
June Graham.
In favor.
Patrick Harriet.
In favor.
Jessica Hebert Feria.
In favor.
Susie Hooper.
In favor.
Brenda House.
In favor.
Zelda Hunt.
In favor.
Travis Jobin.
In favor.
Jamie Keith.
In favor.
Alan Lavelle.
In favor.
Rick Lewis.
In favor.
Tyler Massey.
In favor.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
In favor.
Walter Minot.
Although I do support this 100%, but at this time I have to abstain from this vote.
Vanessa Mueller.
In favor.
Brianna Pelche.
In favor.
Chris Sample.
In favor.
Mert Servatius. Lisa Shepard.
In favor.
Natasha Smith.
In favor.
Tom Spence.
In favor.
Joyce Sundin.
In favor.
Marlene Swears.
In favor.
Heather Weaver.
In favor.
Anthony Wingham.
In favor.
Excellent. So the motion passes. It will be added to the agenda for the MNGA. There are 46 votes total with 2 abstentions. So 44 in favor.
Okay. So we are going to move on to resolution number 3, which is on page 44 in your package. And I will pass it to the clerk to read the resolution for us.
Okay. Here we go. This is one of the two resolutions relating to the Veterans Act. And to start off, I would like to note that the chair of the Veterans Committee and Métis Veterans BC is here in the room to respond to any sort of substantive questions that are asked. Dave Armit is over on the side here with the rest of the Gabriel Dumont Scouts. The subject of this resolution is enhancing MVBC representation at the MNGA and clarifying the relationship with the MNBC Board of Directors. It affects the Constitution, the MNGA Act, and the Veterans Act. It has been submitted by the Region 1 Director on April 20th, 2025, and requires a 75% vote for approval. Whereas the Métis Veterans BC, MVBC Committee, works with the MNBC Board of Directors and within the MNBC governance structure to support Métis veterans in BC, veterans do not have direct access to the MNBC governance structure and rely on other members of the MNGA to propose any changes to the Veterans Act or to act in their stead. MVBC members are veterans and are uniquely positioned to ascertain the wants and needs of veterans and their families, which can be inadvertently missed by people who do not have military or RCMP experience. Be it resolved that A, the following be added as a sub-article to Article 29 of the Constitution. The chairperson of the Métis Veterans BC shall be a non-voting member of the MNGA for the purposes of submitting resolutions to enact new or change existing legislation or the Constitution regarding matters that directly impact veterans on behalf of MVBC. B, participating in discussion and providing information on the above noted matters. Be it resolved that the following be added as a sub-article to Article 4.2 of the Métis Nation Veterans Act. The chairperson of the Métis Veterans BC shall be a non-voting member of the MNGA for the purposes of submitting resolutions to enact new or change existing legislation or the Constitution regarding matters that directly impact veterans on behalf of MVBC, and participating in discussion and providing information on the above noted matters. C, the following be added as a sub-article to 3.1 of the MNGA Act. The chairperson of the Métis Veterans BC shall be a non-voting member of the MNGA for the purposes of submitting resolutions to enact new or change existing legislation or the Constitution regarding matters that directly impact veterans on behalf of MVBC, and participating in discussion and debate on the above noted matters. D, the following the following text be added as a sub-article to Article 12.1A, 12.2A, and 12.3A of the MNGA Act. So that's a subsection I. Despite Article 12.1A or 12.2A or 12.3A, the Métis Veterans BC Committee may, through the MVBC Chair, submit resolutions to the MNGA on matters that directly affect Métis veterans. And insert the following as a new article to the end of the Veterans Act. National representation and relationship with the MNBC Board of Directors. Part 1, the MVBC chair or designate shall be a non-voting liaison for the MVBC chair for the MVBC to the MNGA Board of MNBC, pardon me, Board of Directors. Despite any changes to MNBC's relationships with other levels of government or other Métis organizations, MVBC will continue to work for MNBC veterans at a national level, particularly with regard to providing necessary opportunities for MVBC to participate on Veterans Affairs Canada advisory committees, working with the Canadian Armed Forces, and working with other appropriate partners such as Library and Archives Canada. A, nothing should preclude MVBC from receiving funding from other governments, organizations, or agencies. 3, MVBC will provide written reports of activities and partnerships to the Board of Directors at the MNBC Annual General Meeting and the in-person MNGA. And F, renumber all articles in the Constitution, the MNGA Act, and the Veterans Act as necessary. Just pointing out a typo in that first E1, it should read MNBC Board of Directors, not MNGA Board of Directors.
All right, can we have a mover and seconder?
Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director, I so move.
Thank you, Director Harriet. And a second?
Tony Goulet, I'll second, I guess. Thanks.
Thank you, President Goulet. Director Harriet?
So I am very honored to move this. So Métis Veterans of BC have been a respected committee speaking for veterans since 2008. They're actually the oldest Métis Veterans committee in Canada. And I think we all know that there's no better person to speak on behalf of veterans than veterans. So I'm pleased that the way that this is worded, they can come to this assembly and put forward issues that matter to them, speak to those, but it remains still a non-political body, which I think is also important. So I'm wholeheartedly behind this, and I look forward to the support of this assembly.
Thank you, Director Harriet. President Goulet?
I agree. I'm fully in support of this resolution.
Thank you, President Goulet. President Minot?
100% behind this resolution. I think, you know, they're one of the oldest groups that we have out there representing us, one of the most highly respected in my mind through our government, and it's nice to be able to have, you know, one of the representatives from our Veterans Committee sitting at this table representing their group. As Minister Harriet has stated, there's no other voice better than the veterans speaking on behalf of the veterans at this table. And again, as one of the most highly respected groups in our government, I think it would be an honor to have one of them at this table with us.
Thank you, President Minot. President Crozier?
Just like to speak in favor of this resolution. Any time that we can support our veterans, any time that we can honor the sacrifice that they have given to us in the last 150, 200 years is a win for our nation. So I am saying yes to this resolution.
Thank you, President Crozier. Any other discussion? Seeing none, pardon me. President House?
I think if we're bringing them to the table, we should give them a voice. Why do they not have a vote? If they have anyone else should have the vote sitting here.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. So as soon as someone has a vote at this table, it becomes a political position as opposed to a position to speak on issues that matter to them. So, yeah, does that make sense? Like, if there is a vote at this table, that means that political decisions are made. Like, the idea is for the veterans to be able to bring up issues, be able to speak from their point of view, veterans speaking for veterans. But as soon as there's votes at this table, that means there needs to be an election for those votes, and that means that there's political considerations. So the idea is to remain non-political, but be able to speak on issues that matter to them.
Chairperson Armitt.
Thank you. Dave Armitt, the chair for the Métis Veterans BC. we asked to be non-political so that we could do work outside of MNBC for our veterans. And in many of the cases, it would be dealing with other Métis organizations, as well as federally at the Veterans Affairs table or at the Canadian Forces table. And we don't want to have to do something that we don't really want to do. So to be able to be at the table and be acknowledged that we do have concerns, or to bring forward things to the MNGA to have that voice heard, is leaps and bounds past where we were in 2008. So that's all we're asking for. We don't necessarily need a vote at the table, and sometimes it's careful what you wish for. So we're happy to be at the table as a non-voting member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. President Allard.
Yeah, thank you, David Allard, I'm an Métis Association. I support this. I think there should be some exploration in regards to the captain of the Hunts having a voice as well, since they are an arm's length organization. Just wondering the thoughts on the concept of political influence there. My understanding is the veterans group are obviously non-political, but if they would be associating or getting into agreements with political entities, would that be considered being political? As in if the veterans work with the MNC, could that have a bearing on what they suggest to the MNGA? So it's just a simple question. How do we square that circle if we need to? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Armit.
So just to Dave Armit, Chair for the Métis Veterans, just so I'm clear, I do work through MNC to get to Veterans Affairs because nationally that's who opened the door for us. The organization I work with in MNC is not anything that has anything to do with politics. There's 5 veterans from BC, Alberta, Northwest Territories, Saskatchewan, and Ontario who are making decisions on how best to support our veterans. It has nothing to do with any of the political rivalry or concerns. So I'd like to put your minds at ease that it's not something that I would go from a table to say, well, you know what MNBC is doing? It's not the case. We're not political. We don't work like that. So I just want to instill some confidence that the getting at the MNGA table was because we really didn't need a veterans minister to do the work that we want to do, because minister to minister doesn't get things done at the ground level. We're at the ground level where I'm on a policy board at Veterans Affairs now. We broke open the door to Library Archives Canada to get World War II Métis veteran records fast-tracked, as opposed to waiting a year, 3 or 4 years. We now have an in to get those records. That's the sort of thing that we're doing. If that's political, then I apologize, because I don't see that as politics. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. President Byrd? No? Any further discussion on this resolution?
Question.
All right, I'll pass it over to our clerk.
All right, so this requires a 75% vote, and we are starting at the end of the alphabet. Anthony Wingham.
In favor.
Heather Weaver.
In favor.
Marlene Swears.
In favor.
Joyce Sundin.
In favor.
Tom Spence.
In favor.
Natasha Smith.
In favor.
Lisa Shepard.
In favor.
Mert Servatius.
In favor.
Chris Sample.
In favor.
Brianna Pelche.
In favor.
Vanessa Muller.
In favor.
Walter Minot.
In favor.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
In favor.
Thank you. There we go. Tyler Massey.
In favor.
Rick Lewis.
100% in favor.
Alan Lavallee.
In favor.
Jamie Keith.
In favor.
Travis Jobin.
In favor.
Zelda Hunt.
In favor.
Brenda House.
In favor.
Susie Hooper.
In favor.
Jessica Hebert Feria.
In favor.
Patrick Harriet.
In favor.
June Graham.
101% in favor.
Beautiful. Tony Goulet.
In favor.
Feb Goulet.
In favor.
Dean Gladue.
In favor.
Thank you. Rainey Gervais.
In favor.
Lee Fraser.
In favor.
Paulette Flamond.
In favor.
Deborah Fisher.
In favor.
Mark Dubord.
In favor.
Cheryl Dodman.
Definitely in favor.
Betty Deck.
In favor.
Louis DeJager.
On behalf of all military brats, in favor.
Jeff Crozier.
102% in favor.
Excellent. Nicole Corson.
In favor.
Alana Copeland.
In favor.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
In favor.
Carmen Carrier.
In favor.
Ron Curran.
In favor.
Zev Brewer.
In favor.
Joy Bremner.
In favor.
Caitlin Bird.
In favor.
Danielle Bergevin.
103% in favor.
Kyle Belcourt Gladue.
104% in favor.
Melanie Allard.
Absolutely. 100% in favor.
David Allard.
In favor.
Katie Aldred.
In favor.
And that carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, everyone. I hope we're not setting a trend. I mean, we're at 49, that'll get to 100 and
Thank you.
49, 150% maybe. If we can go then next to Resolution 4 on page 47. We'll let our clerk have a sip of tea or coffee, get ready, and then we'll have her read Resolution 4, and we'll go to look for a mover and seconder.
So this is the second resolution that pertains to the Veterans Act. The subject is amendments to the Veterans Act. It only affects the Veterans Act. It's been submitted by the Region 1 Director on April 29th, 2025. And the vote required for approval is 75%. Whereas Métis Veterans BC wishes to substantially revise the Veterans Act to provide greater clarity around MVBC membership and MVBC committee membership. MVBC has reviewed the resolution below and approves of the changes. Be it resolved that a section definitions be added prior to Article 1 of the Veterans Act and the following definitions inserted. Chief Service Officer, or CSO, is the MVBC committee member appointed to assist Métis veterans in accessing veterans benefits, for example, through Veterans Affairs Canada, and connecting Métis veterans with other supports through their local legion. A Métis veteran is a person who has received an MNBC citizenship card in accordance with the MNBC Citizenship Act and meets the Department of Veterans Affairs Canada definition for veteran as amended from time to time, or is a current member of the Canadian Armed Forces, regular or reserve forces, or is a serving or retired regular RCMP member, and has submitted an application for proof of service, proof of MNBC citizenship, and has been approved by the MVBC. MNBC means Métis Nation British Columbia. MVBC Executive Committee is a standing committee of the MVBC committee as defined in this Act. MVBC means Métis Veterans British Columbia. MVBC representative means the 7 members elected to the MVBC committee to represent Métis veterans across BC. MVBC committee means Métis Veterans BC committee. B, the following changes be made to Article 3 of the Veterans Act. Roman numeral 1, strike Article 3.1 and insert the following in its place. Métis veterans are the members of the MVBC. Roman Article 2, strike Articles 3.2, 3.3, and 3.4 entirely. 3, delete the words struck through in Article 3.2 as set out below on the screen so that it will read, a member may resign their membership in MVBC through a written request submitted to the MVBC committee. Insert the following after Article 3.2. A member may be removed from the organization by a 2/3 vote of the MVBC committee for conduct deemed detrimental to the integrity, mission, or reputation of the organization. This includes, but is not limited to, behavior unbecoming a member, harassment, violation of the organization's code of conduct, inability to complete their duties and responsibilities, or actions contrary to the best interests of the organization. An MVBC member, while conducting their duties of the MVBC, shall not be subject to any civil action, lawsuit, or prosecution because of anything done or not done in relation to their duties. B, strike out all of Article 4 except the title and insert the following in its place. 4.1, Métis Veterans BC Committee shall consist of 10 members, all being MVBC members as follows. 7 MVBC representatives who represent veterans across the province of British Columbia, an MVBC chairperson, an MVBC women's representative, an MVBC chief service officer, at least one of whom is a retired or current regular member of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. 4.2, the MVBC representatives will be elected by MVBC members for 4-year terms aligned with the MNBC election cycle. In the event of a midterm vacancy for an MVBC representative, the veteran chairperson will seek applications for interested parties in consultation with the relevant regional governance council. The veteran chairperson shall be elected by MVBC members for a 4-year term aligned with the MNBC election cycle. The women's veteran representative and chief service officer shall be appointed by the MVBC committee, either from among themselves or from outside the MVBC committee, so long as the persons appointed are Métis veterans. The MVBC committee shall appoint from among themselves a treasurer and a membership clerk. The MVBC committee shall be responsible for the following duties and functions on behalf of the Métis Veterans British Columbia. Maintenance of policy and procedures relating to the conduct and mandate of the Métis veterans, maintenance of a list of all Métis veterans in BC as defined by Article 3, provide an annual report at the MNBC Annual General Meeting and March MNGA, provide written documentation regarding veteran input to the MNBC Board of Directors as required, serve as Gabriel Dumont Scouts as may be requested by MNBC from time to time, coordinate and organize flag processions and flag placement as requested from time to time and other duties as required, advocate to enhance the status of Métis veterans, provide service and support to Métis veterans in British Columbia, represent themselves as Métis veterans at advisory tables and initiatives across municipal, provincial, federal, and international levels, and commemorative events as requested. Meetings of the MVBC committee shall be called by the chairperson. If the chairperson is unwilling or unable to call a meeting, 3 MVBC committee members may call a meeting. No less than 7 days' notice of an MVBC committee meeting will be provided to all MVBC committee members. And C, strike Article 5 and insert the following in its place. Article 5, Executive Committee. The Executive Committee consists of the members of the MVBC Committee appointed or elected as MVBC Chairperson, MVBC Women's Representative, the Chief Service Officer, Treasurer, and Membership Clerk. The Executive Committee shall meet on a regular basis, the schedule to be determined by the members of the Executive Committee. The Executive Committee is responsible for dealing with duties or matters delegated to it by the MVBC Committee. Between MVBC Committee meetings, the Executive Committee is authorized by the MVBC Committee to make decisions on behalf of the MVBC Committee and to make decisions regarding any urgent circumstances. The Executive Committee is required to report to the MVBC Committee at the earliest opportunity any decisions made by the Executive Committee. And last piece, the MVBC Chairperson or 2 members of the Executive Committee may call a meeting. Notice of an Executive Committee meeting must be provided 24 hours before the meeting, but can be waived by unanimous consent of Executive Committee members.
Thank you very much, Clerk, for reading that all through. I will look for a mover and seconder, and I'll turn to Director Harriott.
Patrick Harriott, Ridge 1 Director, I so move.
We have a seconder, Vice President Allard.
Melanie Allard, Vice President, I so move.
Thank you very much, and Speaker recognizes Director Harriott.
Yeah, thank you. This is really an updating of language, like a modernizing of terminologies, but honestly, I would invite the chair of MVBC to speak to it, explain it, and answer any questions.
Thank you, Dave Armit, Chair for the Métis Veterans BC. So our Veterans Act, which when I took over in around 2011 had just been passed in 2010, and it's had some language in it that we weren't happy with, so we ended up changing at that point in time, and it kind of stayed that way, and we went with it, but we were conducting business a little bit differently, so we thought we would catch our documentation up. Part of it, and this kind of maybe I could have mentioned in the last time I spoke, part of what happened, MNC put on a Veteran Service Officer training package that allowed me to send 12 people to Métis Crossing to become service officers who would be able to help veterans obtain or apply for Veterans Affairs services. That's kind of not in the documentation from previous, but that's the direction we're going. We're trying to get as many of our people who are willing to be the volunteers to be out there in the communities. Just to give you an example, we have 124 veterans' names in our Métis Veterans Committee, or in our repertoire of veterans. We know there are a hell of a lot more out there. If we've got 27 or 28,000 people, citizens registered, we're a very small percentage, and there's more out there. And there's a stigma around veterans who think they're not veterans because they didn't go to war or didn't deploy overseas. But because the Veterans Affairs definition states that you only have to complete basic training and be honorably released from the Canadian Forces, really sets the stage for how you can go. So we, as an example, in the 2018 around the province engagements that we had at the communities, I had lots of people say, oh, I'm not a veteran, I didn't go overseas, but I was in the militia in the 60s. And I said, well, you are a veteran. And we got them into the veterans list, And that specific veteran happened to be in the artillery and had hearing problems and had tinnitus. And we put his applications forward for him, and he was awarded support by Veterans Affairs for those conditions. So those are things that veterans who don't think they're veterans are missing out on. And so that's why we want to change our Veterans Act to be more progressive in the way we do business going forward, to give us a little more latitude. And as we don't have a minister for veterans because we don't see there's a need for it, that's why we're changing our act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice President Allard, if you wish to speak.
Yeah, I speak in full support of this. You know, the veterans know what they need. They speak for themselves. We can't speak for them. So I fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. President Wingham.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, in 4.1, the makeup that consists of 10 members, I see that there is a women's representative. Is there plans to put a 2S LGBTQIA+ representative there? Thank you.
I could perhaps invite, maybe have you just have a seat and stay until this is dealt with.
We had not thought about adding that to the committee, but we do have the 2S population within our organization. So, and maybe just to give you a little more update, when I was at the RGCs this past few days, I mentioned how in the 70s, late 70s and early 80s, there was an operation, I guess you could call it, called the Purge, where anybody who was of the 2S or persuasion, the military chastised and kicked out of the military, and they got dishonorable discharges. What we're trying to do is counter that by helping them obtain their honorable discharge certificate so that they can apply for Veterans Affairs benefits. So I don't know, we haven't had anybody from the 2S community come forward to us to be on there, but we do have them in our list. So it would be their choice if they wanted to come forward and move up. We wouldn't be against that. And as you see, we carry the pride flag when we come in, so we're all for it.
Thank you. Is there any follow-up, President Wingham, to your question or the answer?
Is there a way to put that language in there, or does that kind of go against what the veterans, to be a veteran, because you're saying you'd be discharged if you were?
No. That was corrected. There's an organization, a national organization called Rainbow Veterans, and they've taken it to court and it's been overturned. So the situation is, if you were kicked in the teeth by somebody, why would you go back to them? And that's the thing that we want to try to get them through if they feel they were wrongly dealt with and they don't want anything to do with it. It could be they were injured on during their service and they are entitled to put claims in. And I do have, the Veterans Affairs has an Indigenous Veterans Engagement Team, which is part of what we've been pushing for some time. They created it, I think, because our voices are being heard. When I asked the case manager who works closely with us, she said, that's what you see on the website and that's what people say, but if somebody was dishonorably discharged, we would still work with them. So it's knowing those things that would help. So if somebody from the 2S community wanted to be on our board, yes, they would be there. It's not anything that we would turn away, that's for sure.
So what I would suggest then, President Wingham, because we have obviously, and we see this all the time with various committees that we have where there are vacancies. And so I don't think having a vacancy, for example, if they were unable to find an individual who wished to take that position, but if you wish, you can certainly bring an amendment today to, and if you were looking at 4.1, obviously change it from 10 to 11 members and add a MVBC to SLGBTQ representative. So that's certainly up to you.
I would like to bring that amendment to the floor.
Okay. And I'll turn to Chairperson Dieger as well.
Yeah, Louis DeJager, Chairperson 2SLGTBQQIA. Though I appreciate very much the inclusion, I'd like the opportunity to take back to the council because we actually do have identified people that were part of the purge that aren't quite ready yet to come forward. So if we could start that path, I think it'd be a wonderful path. Dave and I have already talked quite a bit. We have a good relationship already, a very good idea. I think we can make some movement on that. Just would like the opportunity to bring that to the council as well.
I just spoke with the council members that I have here, the committee members, and they're in agreement with putting that amendment in. So I'm all for it if you want to do the amendment.
So what I suggest then, if President Wingham, if you're wishing to bring that, just for some suggested wording, for 4.1, and we have our deputy clerk, we would change it from, and certainly please confirm if I'm saying anything incorrectly for your intention. So it would be 4.1, Métis Veterans BC Community, MVBC Committee shall consist of 11 members, all being MVBC members as follows, and then at perhaps between the second and third, or third and fourth bullet, one of the bullet points, add a MVBC to, and I always forget the exact acronym, my apologies for that.
LGBTQIA+.
Representative. Then we would add that. So we'll just get the wording added there and then just have you confirm that that's your intention. And once that's added, I will, and President Wingham is satisfied with that, I'll look for a seconder. And just to confirm, President Wingham, that looks good. Thank you very much. So you're moving, President Wingham moves to make that amendment. I have a seconder in President Byrd. And so I will open it up to any discussion or further discussion on the amendment, and I'll first turn to Chairperson DeJager, sorry.
Yeah, and again, I love, that to make room at this point, but, maybe we can have further discussions because I really would like to bring the council in to have that discussion. And at least, the one member that I do know of that was part of the purge to feel if this is really a healing path forward, because I think that's important as well. We don't want to keep re-hurting some of these people. So I think there needs to be a little bit of dialogue. But we can, have the option open of making that available.
Thanks. I next have President Byrd. Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. If you saw in the previous portion, we specifically said that we wanted to make sure we had at least one RCMP when available. The same idea could persist as if there was from the 2S community someone who wanted to be on our committee, by all means, we're there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll next turn to President Byrd.
Caitlin Byrd, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. We do know this has to go through to the AGM before it's finalized, and so I think if we put this in as a placeholder here and now, we can have those conversations with the council between now and the AGM, and I think it sends the right message to our communities that we are being inclusive and we want to have those conversations now. If things need to be fine-tuned or adjusted, we can do that at the AGM, is my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I next had Vice President Mueller.
Hi there. I would respectfully suggest that we leave this decision to put this an amendment forward to the 2SL community. I don't think that it's our place as a council to make decisions for them. And if they want to suggest it, they spend too many years of decisions being made above.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on the proposed amendment?
Right here.
President Minot.
Right now, I actually support this this resolution change. What it does is make sure we include all our people in most of our committees, our community engagements. Pretty well all aspects of our government. We're not leaving anybody behind. This is not this is not set in stone right now. The veterans are very welcoming of it, and what we're doing is we're just making sure that we're representing all the people here in British Columbia. We're representing all our groups, all our citizens, And, you know, if we do not have a 2S LGBTQIA+ representative that steps forward in near future, but maybe later on, you know, as long as this is embedded in our the Veterans Act, that it can be honored at a later date when it is, if it's not there, we can't honor it. So I believe it's important to put this and keep it intact, even though we don't have any representatives now, but we can in the future.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, President Caron.
I think, Ron Caron, Verna District Métis. I think Louis has spoken, Mr. Jagger, and made it clear what his committee is asking for, and this does represent his committee. So I'm going to support Minister DeJagger, and I probably won't vote in favor of this amendment. It's not his wishes, and that's his committee, and I feel that he represents that committee. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on the proposed amendment?
Question.
Go ahead, President Graham.
Yeah, I'd also like to second that. June Graham, Alberni Clakewood. I believe that there was a 2S chair put in place for them to lead what they wanted, and I'm not hearing it being driven from our chair strongly. So I feel like I can't really support this because it's not my decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. President Shepherd.
Lisa Shepherd, Gold Nears Métis Society. I think I'm in the position where I'm really seeking a little bit more clarity because I'm hearing a lot of conflicting information here on the wishes from the community. So I guess I would turn back to the 2S LGBTQIA+ chair and maybe ask for a little bit of clarification so that I can best represent my community in the vote.
Thank you. Chairperson Jagger, if you wish to perhaps provide that.
Again, I hate to turn back. I love that you're thinking of us because, you know, we've had such a struggle in just trying to get the voice. And now that we're here at the table, we want to make sure the decisions that I think we do make going forward, they're done well. And they're done with thought. And they're done with kindness and a consideration to the well-being and the health of the people that did go through the purge. And if you've ever had an opportunity to spend some time, there's a lot of healing that still needs to be done. But I think there's a path, and I think this is a good way to be supportive. But I'd love the council to be involved and just let us do a little bit of digging. We've only been together since January, so this is a great project for us, something we can probably really come together and put forward to the veterans. So thank you for thinking of us.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? President Byrd.
I'm noting that the regional 2S LGBTQI+ reps are all here, and I'm also noting it's 10:30. I wonder if it would be appropriate that we take a 15-minute coffee break and perhaps Louis can confer with his council.
Thank you. I think what we can do, given the time and those considerations that may assist individuals making their decision, I'll look for just a majority show of hands if that's agreeable to taking the break now and then resuming with our conversation. Show of hands.
That looks like a majority.
That looks like a majority. So let me just double check. And that's one of the great things about the in-person instead of the online where we'd have to go through the poll and click on the buttons. So that's great. I just wanted to see what time we were going to return. So let's do a 20-minute break. If we can return at 10:55, please. And we'll resume with this discussion. Thank you. If we can take your seats, and we will do a quorum check in a moment.
Okay, if everyone could please take their seats, I'll conduct a quorum call. Welcome back. Starting from the top, Katie Aldred.
I was just going to say in regards to...
So, we're just doing quorum first. Make sure we have everyone back.
I'm here.
Appreciate the eagerness.
David Allard. Melanie Allard.
Present.
Kyle Belcourt-Gladue.
Here.
Danielle Bergevin.
Here.
Caitlin Bird.
Here.
Joy Bremner. Here. Zev Brewer.
Here.
Ron Caron. Ron is present. Carmen Carrier.
Present.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Present.
Alana Copeland.
Here.
Nicole Corson.
Present.
Jeff Crozier.
Fired up and ready to go.
Louis DeJager.
Present.
Betty Deck.
Here.
Cheryl Dodman.
Here.
Mark DeBoer.
Present.
Deborah Fisher.
Present.
Paulette Flamand.
Present.
Lee Fraser.
Present.
Rainey Gervais.
Here.
Dean Gladue.
Present.
Feb Goulet.
Dancer.
Tony Goulet.
Here.
June Graham.
Present.
Patrick Harriet.
Present.
Oh, I believe we have Rob Anderson instead of Jessica. Thank you. There we go. Susie Hooper.
Present.
Brenda House.
Here.
Zelda Hunt.
Present.
Travis Jobin.
Present.
Jamie Keith.
Here.
Alan LaValle.
Here.
Rick Lewis.
Present.
Tyler Massey.
Present.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Present.
Walter Minot.
Present.
Vanessa Muller.
Present.
Brianna Pelche.
Present.
Chris Sample.
Present.
Mert Servatius.
Present.
Lisa Shepard.
Uta.
Natasha Smith.
Present.
Joyce, Tom Spence.
Here.
Joyce Sundin, pardon me.
Whatever way. I'm here.
Marlene Swears.
Present.
Heather Weaver.
Here.
And Anthony Wingham.
Here.
All right, there is a quorum of 48.
Thank you very much. And just before we continue, I'm just going to ask those in the gallery if we can just keep the talking down. There are times where the conversation behind some of the delegates is distracting, and just they're unable to hear the conversation and the discussion. So I appreciate just kind of keeping it down so that we can continue the discussion at the table. We are back on the amendment, and I wasn't sure, President Byrd, if you wish to, when the last time you wished to speak, it was just to bring us to break.
That's correct, yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. The next speaker I had was President Aldred.
Katie Aldred, Interim President, FEMA. I'm just wondering if maybe we should withdraw this motion, considering there's a lot of different feedback and some confusion as to whether or not we should include this wording. As much as I would like to have the 2S representation, it seems like these boards would like some more time to consult with this group of people and ensure that this is what they're wanting.
Thank you. There's a couple ways we can deal with this. There can be, it can be withdrawn, or we can just vote with it, and if the determination whether to accept the amendment or not, and if there's more deciding not to. Either way, it's essentially the same effect. And so given the conversation, we'll probably, unless we have a seconder to withdraw, we'll just proceed with the remainder of the conversation and then vote. But I'll turn to, I saw Chairperson DeJager's hand.
Great, thanks very much, and thank you, Katie, for the support and for thinking of us. Always appreciated. The words were emphatically, we support the amendment to start this work. The council is ready to work with the veterans. I think this is what bridge building is, and on the national level, it does give us a bit of clout and backing and support for our Métis citizens that were part of the purge, and it gives them the extra support by us being behind them. So the council is 100% in support of this, and thank you to Wachia. I think we were going to call it the Wachia Initiative or the Wingham Initiative, one or the other. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is that Vice President Mueller's mic? Are you wishing to speak? Oh, sorry, okay, I saw a mic down there, I wasn't sure whose it was.
It was Joyce.
It was President Sundance. Okay, question, all right. This would be just for the amendment to add the portion there to have the representative added. This is by majority. We can look for unanimous consent. I will look to see if there's any objection, firstly, to the amendment, the proposed amendment. Is there any objection? All right, seeing none, then the amendment passes, and we're back to the resolution as amended. Is there any further discussion on the resolution as amended? I didn't have anyone on my list from before, but I'll recognize President Sundin.
Joy Sundin, Prince Rupert District. I'm just noticing on page 48 under B3, I'm just wondering, it says delete the word struck through Article 3.2 is set below, and I'm wondering if that isn't 3.5. I think that's a typo. And then I would think that 4 is the same thing, insert the following after Article 3.5. I think that's what I'm seeing.
Just so we're here, so this is part B on page 48, and it was the III, is that correct?
That's right, the third one. Just because we've already struck 3.2.
Oh, no,
so
it
then we go down
refers
to
to the
3
ones
in
in the original amendment, in the original.
I think it's just a typo of, should be 3.5.
Okay, just give me a moment, please. Thank you.
If you look underneath the Veterans Act on page 145, you'll see that that is the number that associates that resign their membership through a written request submitted.
So what's happened, if you look just above that, so they're wishing to, in II, it would be getting rid of 3.2, 3.3, and 3.4 entirely. So those would be struck. So what was then be left as 3.5 would be moved up to 3.2. And so this is the new proposed numbering, and then it's changing the wording of correct what used to be 3.5 in the legislation, but once II takes effect and gets rid of those other three, this becomes the new 3.2, and it is changing the wording of what used to be 3.5, but it'll be new 3.2.
Gotcha.
But thank you.
What comes first? Okay.
Any other questions or discussion on the resolution?
Can we get you to repeat what you were talking about, all those numbers again?
If you really want.
No,
I'm not seeing any further discussion. I will turn it over to our clerk for the roll call for the required vote on the resolution as amended.
Good morning. Again, welcome back. This requires a 75% vote. I guess we'll start at the bottom. Anthony Wingham.
In favor.
Heather Weaver.
In favor.
Marlene Swears.
In favor.
Joyce Sundin.
In favor.
Tom Spence.
In favor.
Natasha Smith.
In favor.
Lisa Shepherd.
In favor?
Mert Servatius.
In favor.
Christina Sample.
In favor.
Brianna Pelche.
In favor.
Vanessa Muller.
It's Mueller.
Mueller, I'm sorry.
In favor.
Walter Minot.
in favor.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
In favor.
Tyler Massey.
In favor.
Rick Lewis.
In favor.
Alan Lavallee.
In favor.
Jamie Keith.
In favor.
Travis Jobin.
In favor.
Zelda Hunt.
In favor.
Brenda House.
In favor.
Susie Hooper.
In favor.
Patrick Harriet.
In favor?
June Graham.
In favor.
Tony Goulet.
Absolutely in favor.
Feb Goulet.
In favor.
Dean Gladue.
In favor.
Rainey Gervais.
Favor.
Lee Fraser.
In favor.
Paulette Flamond.
In favor.
Deborah Fisher.
In favor.
Mark Dubord.
In favor.
Cheryl Dodman.
In favor.
Betty Deck.
In favor.
Louis DeJager.
In favor?
Jeff Crozier. Jeff Crozier.
Sorry, in favor. She was talking to me.
Nicole Corson.
In favor.
Alana Copeland.
In favor.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
In favor.
Carmen Carrier.
In favor.
Ron Caron.
In favor.
Zev Brewer.
In favor.
Joy Bremner.
In favor.
Caitlin Bird.
In favor.
Danielle Bergevin.
In favor.
Kyle Belcourt Gladue.
In favor.
Okay. Rob Anderson.
In favor.
Melanie Allard.
In favor.
David Allard.
In favor.
Katie Aldred.
In favor.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you.
See, it's okay.
All right, we are moving on to resolution number 5, which is on page 52 in your package. I'll pass it to the clerk to read for us.
Okay. This resolution or motion is entitled Support of Governance Succession Planning. It does not affect any legislation. It was submitted by the Cowichan Valley Métis Association on April 22nd, 2025, and requires a majority vote for approval. Whereas in any good governance, it is imperative to have a mechanism in place that allows for succession. Elected persons who sit on councils need to feel confident that if they are not able to attend, their alternate is able to carry on with the governance and business of the day. It is important that when the alternate sits on council that they can provide good governance decisions that represent and support their community's values and views. The alternates need to be funded so that they can attend in-person MNGAs and in-person RGCs to gain experience and become familiar with what is required when they sit in the chair representing their community. Currently, MNBC provides funding for travel and accommodation only for the president or vice president of each community to attend the MNGA and related events. Be it resolved that the MNGA requests that the MNBC Board of Directors approve MNBC to cover the cost of supporting a second member of each chartered community to attend in-person MNGAs and related events to assist with succession planning.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the resolution? President Lewis, thank you. And a second?
Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis.
Thank you. And a second? Jamie Lee Keith, thank you. President Lewis, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Co-Chair. Yes, the reason for this resolution is our community has been doing it for quite some time, and it's benefited our community twofold, and it's been on our dime. I also understand that some other communities have been doing this process as well. This resolution will promote and support better understanding of one's roles and responsibilities. I know a lot of members, new presidents, vice presidents, when they come to this council, they're new and they're nervous and they're unfamiliar. This way, if we did have this, implement this process, we'd be able to have the new members feel more comfortable when they do have to sit in the chair. It is also beneficial when I took sick once and my vice was able to sit in the chair and we still had a voice at the table. Yes, so this is why we're putting this motion forward, because we feel that it is beneficial that we're able to continue that voice and have that vote, and also have our people gain experience so that when they do have to sit in the chair, they're not unfamiliar with it. Thank you.
Thank you. President Keith?
Yes, I speak in favor of this motion. I know in the past, SOSMA has juggled having 2 people come. I'm lucky that I have family here down at the coast, so there's talk of, SOSMA can pay my gas down here and someone else can stay in the room. Sometimes if I have a room with 2 beds in it, there's talk of if I can bring someone else and we can simply share a room, but then there's more talk of, well, does MNBC know that you're going to be eating at the banquet with us? Are you allowed? There's some cloudy area around bringing 2 people, even when SOSMA has decided to sponsor someone. We never know entirely if they're allowed or what they're allowed to do, or if they're allowed to sub in for me. Likewise, we have a resolution that we plan to put forward next year, but I can't speak to it because it's to do with a men's resolution. So I would like to come because there's resolutions that I'm pushing for, but I'd also like to bring my VP because the men's resolution we plan on putting forward is to do with him, and I think it should be spoken for by the men in my chartered community. So I believe there's gray area, and I think this would clear it up if MNBC would agree to sponsor too. Thank you.
Thank you. President Goulet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tony Goulet, North Caribou Métis, and I appreciate the effort of the Cowichan Valley Métis Association. I will be speaking against this motion. I have several reasons that I'll be speaking against it. I think for number one, for me, is what would the cost be? We are now doubling a cost for people to come to an MNGA and related events. And I am speaking from a community perspective, and I'm just speaking about community because I think that money can be better invested within the community to help that community pay its rent, pay its bills, be self-sufficient in order to do that. I did some math as well, and I'm very thankful from what I heard yesterday at a $1.2 million maybe coming for communities at some point. I divided that by 35 communities, and I'm just guessing on the 35, we're looking at $34,285 for communities. I look at this event at $300,000. If we double it to a $600,000 event, and these are numbers I'm just guessing, I'm pulling out what it costs to have an MNGA, and we're going to double that for another person to come. That's $300,000. So that's another $14,000 that could come to a community. So we're looking at a $50,000 being able to come to communities. So we really have to consider the benefits of, are we going to pay 2 people to come to this meeting and be beneficial? I understand, I've been a community president for 25 years, but I've always pushed for community, and I think it would be a better way to spend our money and invest it within the communities. That's what I'm all about, and that's what I'll be all about with these next couple of resolutions, is it comes down to me, the financial stability and the cost. Also, to a question to the MNBC, where would the money come from for that? We have to cut somewhere or figure out a way, so I'm just concerned that we're going to be taking away from that community perspective and that money coming to community. So that's just mine, but I'm not in favor of this resolution.
Thank you. Before we move to our next speaker, President Lewis, if you could just, thank you. President Shepherd, please.
I actually don't have anything else to add. I was actually trying to find out how many chartered communities that we have. So I'll pass. I'm going to the next person.
Thank you. President Minot.
Yeah, I hate to be the evil one in the crowd, but I'm going to have to support Tony on this issue. You know, even though it is a great something that we should do and we should thrive for in the future, the financial implications of us doing this right now is just not feasible. You know, the cost of bringing in another 40 citizens into these gatherings, for one thing, it would take away from the idea of bringing it around to the smaller communities to be able to bring as many of our people there forward for this event. We would have to find bigger, larger communities to go into. It defeats the purpose of spreading this event around the province, for one thing. But the biggest worry is putting money acronyms in our legislation. If we don't have the dollars for it, how can we abide by our own legislation? It handcuffs us going forward. And where we would have to take the dollars off would be probably community initiatives, community programs, community dollars to help pay rent and everything, because of the fact that all our money is allocated for certain issues, and we have to stay within the boundaries of those agreements, regardless of how we, as a board, feel. We try to pinch as much dollars as we possibly can of every avenue we possibly can get it from, to make sure that we do send some support out to the communities. And right now, I'm hoping in the future that we can do this. You know, we can afford to be able to bring 2 or 3 members to each one of our gatherings and be able to financially support them to come. But at this time, it's just not feasible for MNBC within our budgets to be able to put a money value towards these gatherings and to put it in our legislation. Because there's times that we might not be able to follow that. So then we're going to be breaking our own legislation, our own rules and regulations that we put forward. And these documents don't allow us to do that. So it is a great idea. I would love to see it happen. I would love to see more of our citizens, more of our community members involved in our governance. But at this time, financially, I don't think we would be capable of just abiding by this regulation all the time. And again, it would take away from our community dollars. That's like, we try to get as much to the communities as possible, and we did allocate 1.2 million. But we're also going to be looking for other dollars as we go throughout the year to make sure that we can get some of these dollars to the communities. And I urge some communities, if you have the dollars, to continue to bring your second representative with you if you can, if that is capable within your own finances. But right now, it's just not feasible for MNBC to support this initiative, so I'd have to vote against it, and I regrettably have to vote against it because it is a good resolution, and it does give more inclusion to our people and our structure, and it helps each community grow, learn. You know, you're bringing more of your community members in to see what we're doing and how we operate, so it does benefit the community, but like I say, I regret that we can't financially make this happen on a year-to-year basis.
Thank you. President Byrd?
Caitlin Bird, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. The MNGA Governance Committee has been having a variety of conversations about a variety of pieces, but one conversation that came up recently was putting in the option of having MNBC. So MNBC currently sponsors 2 people to go to an AGM and 1 person to come to an MNGA. We're considering putting in the option that it's the community's choice whether 2 go to an MNGA and 1 to an AGM, or 2 to an AGM and 1 to the MNGA. So there'd be no cost difference. It would still be over the course of a year, MNBC sending 3 people total to these events for each community, and it would be community's own decision whether that's 2 to an MNGA, 1 to an AGM, or vice versa. So I urge some patience for us to put that work into place and bring that forward to the committee, but just know that there is conversations taking place that will allow the communities to decide where they'd like to send more people or fewer people. Thank you.
Thank you. President Aldred?
Katie Aldred, Fraser Valley Métis Association. Thinking about what everybody has said, perhaps it might be feasible to make a motion that our seconders attend via Zoom. I do think it's very important that we do look at having people be aware of what is going on moving forward, and that they know what to expect when, you know, our terms are coming to an end. And I'm not sure what that would look like, but perhaps, you know, we could have more people attending Zoom, and then we don't have to worry so much about the costs.
So just to mention that the in-person MNGAs are live streamed, so those second folks would be able to watch on the live stream. President Crozier.
So Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. I echo President Goulet, President Minot. I would be voting against this, but I did have the idea, why not have it based on a specific community need. Not all communities should have a succession plan, however, they're not in that position or they're not in that place where they need it. So for example, well, you can figure that out. So I'm just wondering if the board would be open to say if a president knew that they were needing to be worked on, like the succession plan was in place, then would you consider allowing XYZ community to come and to do that, just as an idea. But I too am concerned over the cost of that. And like I think there's ways around it, and I really appreciate President Byrd's comment that that option is amazing. Thank you, Governance Board, for that, because it kind of answers that. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you. Chairperson Dieger?
Louis DeJager, 2S LGBTQIA+. Hey, first time I got caught on that one. I'm usually pretty fast on that. But I like where President Byrd's going on this. I hate to shoot good ideas down, and I think this is a really, really good idea. Succession is really tough. I know in Chilliwack, we've always brought a second person. We paid for it ourselves. But you know what? We bunk up, right? And we do our best to keep the cost down as a community, but we always want to bring that other second person. So, you know, where's the sponsorship here? I mean, we've got lots of people we interact with, including our finance people, numerous industry, BC Hydro, TELUS. There's lots of ways that we can do this. And we can have some kind of contingency fund that those in need. And I like your idea, Jeff, is not all communities are going through that at the same time, but the ones that are don't have the funds that really need it. Otherwise, their communities suffer for years because it takes that long to find somebody who's dedicated enough, who needs that mentorship process. And I think us as the MNGA, we should be the mentors in helping our leadership fill the seats and make sure that we're at the table making the decisions that our nation needs. So I like the idea. I'm just not sure financially how we're going to do that, but I don't want to lose the thought. So if there's a way that we can start a contingency fund in some way by even having that person either do the AGM or the MNGA, I think President Bird brought up a great idea to start with. Let's build on those solutions and we can make this happen. We're the body that decides. Our leadership needs to be at this table making these decisions.
Thank you. President Graham.
June Graham, Alberni Clakewood. Yeah, it's frustrating to talk about this because the money isn't there, so it kind of stops. The buck stops here when we hear that. And then I like what Caitlin said about community sending to whichever governing assembly you want to do. But this is a really good argument about MNBC buying a piece of property that would house all of us, because we're giving away an awful lot of money a few times a year to a lot of hotels. And it's financially not really a good decision when we could be buying a place that would house all of us and have kitchens in there that we could bring our own people in and hire them to cook for us and all those things. So I really encourage the board to get back to the table on thinking about where we can do that and get away from these big hotel things and get back to something that's much more suitable for us. Thank you.
Thank you. President Keith.
I support Métis leaders around this table bringing spouses and family to these events. We're Métis and we travel together as a family, especially in terms of young mothers who need support, whether it be nannies or spouses or grandparents coming to help, etc. But I am craving a little bit more transparency regardless of whether this resolution passes. Is it that if you can fit in the same room, it's all right, but they have to get separate food? Because if we're talking about cost, all these extra people coming to eat with us, that mounts too, does it not? And then I do know that sometimes MNBC offers to pay for some people to have their caretaker, or if they're a youth, I think they can bring a parent. Again, I'm not sure. I just want transparency about who is allowed to get a +1 paid for. And if we're allowed to bring families, great, but what are the rules and what are we expected to pay for them? Again, just more conversation perhaps at a later date for the board to have so that we're all clear on what the parameters are so that there are no surprises. Thank you.
Thank you. President Bremner.
Joy Bremner, leader of the Mid-Island Métis Nation, and I actually am really, Caitlin Bird, actually really thinking about her amendment. We had managed, as our vice president couldn't attend the AGM, we took one of our other board members, and what he came back with from that, because he had never in person, had watched on Zoom many of the meetings, he came back with a lot of feedback we would not have had if he had not been there. A new presence and somebody very keen and listening to everything that's being said. And with the possible amendment of either bringing someone to the RGC or the MNGA or the AGM, when we come to this MNGA, we do a lot of conversing with all of the various staff of MNBC. And that is a priority. And so much of that information then, us as a single individual participating in all of that, you're trying to take all of that back, everything you've now learned or heard. And so if there were two of us and that whole succession plan is a part of that, then somebody else listening to what the conversations we're having with MNBC staff, which is such a priority when we do come to this event. And that doesn't happen to the same degree at the AGM because it's a whole different presence that we're facing when we're there. So, you know, I almost quite like the amendment of having the option of bringing somebody either to the MNGA or the AGM. So we're not actually increasing the cost at that point if it's a board member bringing it to one or the other of those. And I think it is important, and I love the idea of actually at the MNGA, because I must have talked to just about every staff person here about one thing or another. And so if you're actually, you know, bringing somebody else on board to have a better understanding of our relationships, that's a priority and very, very positive as we go home. Thank you.
Thank you. President Minot.
There's sure a lot of good conversation. This is, it just shows how important this resolution is. It is very important to us, and I wish we could, you know, we could financially support it at this time. But if you would, like, one of our aspirations is to have, you know, big AGMs, 500, 1,000 people at our AGMs, Métis citizens. Until we can afford to do that, you know, that's one of our dreams going forward. But, you know, it's a reality. We can make it, turn it into reality. You know, like Minister DeJager has stated, there's ways that we can find dollars, and now this has given us a big boost. This gives us, you know, a big tug for MNBC to start getting out there and try to get some of the sponsorships around through, you know, through industry, construction, government agencies. Wherever we have to try to rally to try to find the dollars to bring our people together, we will. We will definitely be looking into trying to bring more people to our AGMs, trying to bring more people to our MNGAs, especially, you know, your second in command from each of your communities. It'd be nice to have them all here. But now we have a mandate, an initiative to work towards, listening to all of you today and how important this issue is to each and every one of you, is to make sure that we have as many of our citizens gathered together when we do have these events and coming forward. So they are very, very well rehearsed on what we're doing and the direction we're going. So if you would give us, allow us some time to work on, you know, try to find some of these dollars somewhere to be able to bring our people together. And every time that we can access the funds to be able to, we will be announcing it to each of the communities, letting you know that, you know, this time our AGM, you know, we might be able to bring 4 citizens from each community. Our MNGAs, we may be a couple, but until we can really lobby and fight for those dollars, financially, it's just not, we're just not capable of doing it at this time. But it does give us a big mandate to go and fight for them now and really work towards letting government industry know how important our governance structure is to our people and to our communities. And it gives us a great argument to put to the table now, just listening to each and every one of you. And on President Keith's issue, I know in the past we've always had, you know, we've always given the event the amount of people that we're having for meals, everything like that. I don't ever want to see anybody turned away from a meal on MNBC. When we have family, we have other representatives from the community coming in, they will have a seat at our table every time. They will never be refused with this board of directors. When we gather, a meal is one of the biggest parts of our gathering and our getting together and getting to know each other and have those communications and talking and just being together. So that's where we do a lot of our relationship building, is at that dinner table. So I will let you know right now, if you have family members here, they are welcome at our table to come in and eat every time.
Thank you. We do have a few more people on our speakers list, so we will go to Director Fisher next, and then we have President Byrd, Chairperson Jaeger, President Lewis, and President Crozier in that order.
Thank you. I too think this is a really good idea, and I think eventually this is exactly where we need to be. I mean, just coming back from lobby days in Victoria, I can tell you right now that the government's tightened up the purse strings big time, and also the federal government. So I think once we can do it, absolutely. The other thing is I had a question, I think it's a great question, I think it was last night at dinner, about sponsorship. So I know we get sponsorships for our AGM. Is it possible maybe that we have some, like a tier thing where you sponsor the AGM and they give the big bucks, and then we have a sponsorship maybe for our MNGA, and then through that, maybe we can start building towards something like that as well. I think too, especially for smaller communities, and I can speak from experience, the many years that I was a president, and then also family also involved on our board of directors. So at one time there was myself as a president, my daughter was the vice president, and if you have a family crisis, and we both had to go someplace, that meant that my charter community wasn't represented. So I think it's something that we need to really continue looking at and move toward, because I think there is definitely a necessity.
Thank you. President Byrd.
I just want to be clear that it wasn't my idea. It was put forward by the governance committee as a whole. And I hear talk of an amendment. So Nicole, I look to you to see if it makes sense to put forward that sort of draft language that we've looked at before, specifically for this piece now as an amendment that we could vote on, or if it's smarter for us to wait and address it as a whole when we bring forward more later on once the governance committee has done more work.
Perhaps I can respond to that. Given that the resolution itself here is more of a direction or a request, I think the specific wording of the request is not quite as important, if I can put it that way, because it's not a piece of legislation, for example, that's going to be set out. The description that you've talked about, if and again, depending on what the governance committee is looking at, if there's specific legislation or policies that are actually being affected, then that might be more sense to do it there. I think should this pass, it's a request to the board to approve the costs, and I think there can be some discussion on the final, because I think there are operational aspects to it and that the board would need to take into account when approving that request or whatnot. So I don't think an amendment is necessarily required for this because it's not affecting legislation or any specific wording.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. We'll go to Director Harriet.
Just a clarification to President Byrd's point. It would affect, I believe, the current charter agreements, but also some legislation that explicitly says 2 delegates to an AGM. So hopefully you can bear with the MNGA Governance Committee, and we're working on it. Thanks.
Thank you. Chairperson Jager.
Louis D. Jager, 2SLGTBQQIA+. See, that was good, eh? That was professional. Chairperson. It says right there, the MNGA requests that MNBC Board of Directors approve MNBC. So there's no timeline on that. You know, by voting yes for this, it's a directive of the Assembly that we need to go and start the work. And I actually heard that in President Minot's voice, that he is moving toward the will of the Assembly, which I'm happy, because I think we can approve this and get to work. Let's go find the money. Let's just get it done. It's not that difficult, so I support this.
Thank you. President Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We recognize that that times are hard and tight, and I do respect that, and I respect all the dialogue that's going into this resolution. Also, I'd like to recognize President Minot that all family members are able to come to the table, because I brought my mother this year, and I've been sneaking food up to the to her. She eats like a bird, so we're okay. We're okay. I don't see a big indent.
We're live.
Well, stricken from the record. So yes, and the biggest thing is, you know, we can't. Knowledge is priceless, and experience is priceless, and moving this forward in a good way with all our consultation and input is fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. President Crozier.
Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. I just have to reflect on the community that we have in this room. 4 years ago, I was new. And 4 years ago, I did not know what I was doing as president. I did not know what I was doing as an MNGA representative of my community. And it was you all that helped me with that. And that continues. And so I'm not speaking against or for this now, but it's like, because we are family, because we are community, we teach and we learn and we draw along. And, you know, 4 years later, I have a room full of friends and family. And that's because the succession planning, in a sense, fell on you. Like, I was dropped into the position and I accepted the position, but I didn't know anything. And here I am today. Still not knowing much more, but you all, no, I'm just kidding. But that was that's the community that we have. And so I just wanted to affirm that, because it's what's happening. Whether it should cost us more or not is immaterial. It already happens. And so we have YouTube. We can instruct our vice presidents or whoever is in succession to watch, to get an idea of what we do, and then maybe the next one attend if needed. And so there's aspects, I feel, about this whole process that can take place that wouldn't necessarily cost anything until it needs to cost something, if you know what I mean. So I don't know how I'm going to vote again with this, to be fair, at this point. But I know our community is strong and we support those who need support when it is necessary.
Thank you.
Thank
President
you.
Goulet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tony Goulet, North Caribou Métis Association. And I absolutely agree, you know, with the retention and trying to find individuals. And it's always been a struggle over the time that I've been a president to find somebody to do a replacement. It does happen once in I'll say blue moon, but that's very rare, but it does actually happen. There's been times when I have not been the president and I've just taken my role and understood what my role was from the community. I'm taking that advice from the community. I heard a couple of things. We are live streamed, which people are watching right now. My community actually zooms in and watches what is happening, so they understand where and what the communities are doing. We are live streamed. It's available. It's not something that has a huge cost to it, but it is out there for community members to understand and have an interest in governance if they so choose. I'm still stuck on the cost. I get it. I mean, if I'm reading this motion to cover the cost, I just have you know, again, being around for a while, where does that money come from? Where does that actually come from? Like, it's going to be a struggle. It's going to be a struggle to find where that will come from. People and governments don't fund governance processes, I'll be quite honest with you. I've tried. I've been looking at this for some time as a community president. It's just not there. The money is not available. They don't want to do that. They want you to run programs. They want you to run things on the ground that they can see and actually have a benefit to, not a governance structure. So we have to be careful here on where we go. And I truly support, and I thank the Cowichan Valley. I'm not saying it's not bad, but I think there's some work to be done. As we look at this resolution and it passes, we have some work to do then on our MNGA Act and where we go, because it's quite specific that, you know, I'm looking at it. In the event, it's a community president, it's a vice president, but I think the community can have that ability. I think if either of those can't go, if I read this right, it's not in legislation, but can be swayed to put somebody else if they so choose, I think is the way it's worded. But we're going to have to change if we're going to add people, because it does say quite specifically the role and the membership of the MNGA. So we have to be careful here. I appreciate it. I think it's a great idea, and I'm not saying we don't need to look at it, but I think the board is hearing quite clearly that it's something they have to look at. I'm just not in favor of voting for this. I think the cost implications could hurt us down the road, and that's my rationale for it. So.
Thank you. President Allard.
Yeah, hi, David Allard, Summer Métis Association. I hadn't made my decision about how to vote for this until hearing Chairperson the Jaeger speak, and I appreciate his perspective. I support this. There is the question of the interpretation of the word request. So I'd like to submit an amendment which would state the MNGA requests that in due time, MNBC, Board of Directors approve, MNBC, So that goes in line with what most of us really believe in, recognizing the present realities, and then it's a win-win, because there's a good possibility this may just die on the floor here. So that's what I suggest as an amendment.
Sorry, so we have a proposed amendment on the floor. We have a number of other speakers, several, I think all but one have spoken twice and a couple have spoken 3 times. And I'm seeing some other individuals wishing to speak that have not yet spoken. If I can just get your names just so I have it, I'm not sure who had their mic first, if it was...
I don't know.
Marlene?
My eyes weren't back there.
Sure,
so I don't know if she did or not.
And Vice President Mueller? Oops, sorry. Okay, so I've got those, we have those names on our list. We would need a seconder.
I'll second that.
I would...
And do you wish to second that?
I'd like to second it, but with an amendment instead of, Dave, if we can change that amendment that he made. Instead of those wording, we keep the word request in there, and we change to the word approved to, what was the word we were using? Explore. Yeah. If we just change the word approved to explore, I think we come to the same conclusion.
So,
is that okay with you, Dave?
President Allard, so I think the difficulty is, I think everyone's at the same intention.
Yeah.
I think there, you know, I'm from the discussions here, the intention appears to be ad idem, and obviously with the caveats that we hear in particular, for example, from President Goulet. President Allard, as wishing to bring it, I just want to make sure if we're going to keep voting on language, again, this is a direction or a request, but how it's going to look. But so, President Allard.
Yeah, I'd like to stay with my amendment as is, with the intent that is an implied inevitability, whereas exploring is too open-ended. It could mean maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. So I'd prefer to stick with that type of intent with the wording.
Okay, thank you. So what I'll ask then, as the first person to bring the actual amendment, but we'll need a seconder. Is there a seconder for the wording proposed by President Allard? And I do see President Keith's hand. If I can just a moment. Okay, thank you. So the proposed amendment would be adding the words in due time. And we have that moved and seconded. We do have that list from previous, so we will keep that. But we are now creating a new list for those that wish to speak. And I'm going to be more focused today than maybe yesterday on keeping us on just this wording. So we're not going to go, well, proposing some other wording or how we're going to discuss on the terms in due time, all right, so if we'll have discussion for and against that or any comments, we will then vote on that. And then if there are other amendments that wish to be made, depending on what passes or does not, we can proceed on a step-by-step basis. So is there anyone that wishes to speak? Or well, perhaps have President Allard, if you wish to have any further comments on your wording?
Yeah, quickly, just to reiterate, there's a few scenarios that may happen. We may want to amend the amendment and so on and so forth and discuss words and semantics. I think the other option is the resolution simply won't pass. So I think this is a good compromise. And as mentioned, Chairperson De Jager inspired me to pursue this. It's broad enough that it protects all parties involved. Thank you.
Thank you. President Keith, did you wish to make any comments? No?
Nope, just that I support it.
Thank you very much. I believe we had, was it Chairperson Carrier?
David, I support this intention of this, but I am worried about the wording in due time. That's really open to interpretation as well. Is it 2 months, 2 weeks, 2 years, 4 years, 10 years. So I would suggest, I know we're keeping it to this, I'm not going to suggest a suggestion, but I would suggest that this language be more specific.
Thank you. President Minot.
I was just going to reiterate the same thing as in due time makes it too broad. It could be interpreted to, 10 years from now, but I wouldn't want to put an actual timeline on it as well, because we still have to be able to figure out where we're going to find the dollars to be able to make this resolution to go through and to be able to abide by it from event to event, like from MNGA to MNGA. We still have to be able to assure that we have the dollars available. So I don't want to put a time period on it, but this one is just a little too broad.
Thank you. Director Harriott?
So we're not allowed to propose alternate language?
No, we're going to vote on this language, and, and then it'll be back to the resolution as amended.
Okay, so
sorry?
So what I'll say is I think we all recognize the value in supporting this. And I think we've found some ideas around ways and means to do that. So I'm looking forward to putting forward alternate language that maybe encapsulates it better.
Like that.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the wording in due time that may be an opinion or a position that has not yet been raised? Vice President Mueller, did you wish?
So can we speak whether or not we're in favor or not in favor at this point, or just the language?
Certainly can, but I think in the interest of time and knowing that there may be other comments for other things, each voter's indication of in favor will come obviously with their votes if they're in favor or opposed. I certainly can relay that, but if there's if you have something that maybe you wish to put out there for consideration that maybe hasn't been out there, then certainly that would be helpful.
So in terms of succession, I don't know if anyone else here this is my first in-person MNGA. I attended several virtual meetings so far. I didn't need to come and watch. I got the full experience of that in a virtual sense. Succession to me speaks as a younger generation coming in, and the younger we go, the more comfortable they are in virtual time. I think my son would probably prefer to be virtual, so he can wear pajamas. This is an expense where we're heading into a federal, provincial, and our nation's budget where we don't know what's going to happen. So when we say in due time, or even if we timeline it, whatever, the money may not be there. And so while I appreciate that some communities want this to happen, I think this can be a community-based expense, that if they choose to expend this, then they can. I don't think that we should be approving a second person just to come and watch.
Thank you. I'm not going to look for unanimous consent. We'll do a by hand vote. And I will ask for those that are in favor of the proposed word change, in due time, to raise your hand if you are in favor of that word change, and keep it high because the three of us are going to have to count.
So is this for keeping it?
Yeah, for the that. Five, okay. Six. Zelda, okay, thank you. Thank you. Opposed? This side of the room can put their hands down. All right, thank you. Any abstentions? Seeing none, thank you. So the proposed amendment fails, and I will turn it to, our next in line was, on the original, was, do you have the wording that you wish to vote? Okay, I'll turn it to Mr. Director Harriet.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. So during this conversation, we heard some really good ideas about sponsorships. We heard about the work that the MNGA Governance Committee is doing. And I think we heard the importance of succession planning. So let me try this. So the MNGA requests that the MNBC Board of Directors explore new ways and means to cover the costs supporting a second member of, etc. So that includes sponsorships, that includes the work that we're doing through the MNGA Governance Committee. Yeah, because I think we all want to move in that direction, and I think this allows for us to explore those options.
I can second.
Thank you. Just Pat, Director Harriet, that's the wording there. Explore new ways and means for. Okay, thank you. Seconder? I see Chairperson Dieger. All right, so we are now on this one. And any discussion on the new specific proposed wording? Is that President Swears? Yes,
Yeah.
please go ahead.
Marlene Swears from the Cambridge Colton. I do like the explore new ways and means, but also, Patrick, can we put in there some sort of timeline or an agreement that there would be something coming out of this? And by all means, a possible way. I don't know, because that could go on for years also. Because MNBC could continuously say, we're broke, we're broke, we're broke. So how can we do that too then?
Perhaps I'll let Director Harriet respond to some of those questions.
I just wanted to say to my MNGA Governance Committee member across the table that really the work that we're doing to get that Charter Community Agreement work done is, do you want to set a timeline for us?
When we were in there, we were thinking that some of these, I mean, this is a really contentious issue in our areas of, I could say maybe 2 to 3 years where there is certain securities and trust that a community will bow down given the past little bits of other communities. We need to be secure in those charter agreements of where we go. We're not denying that we want MNBC as our leadership in the Métis way, but also as a community, we service people that you guys will never see. And so that's where my security comes in here. And so given some of the language is like the question I wanted to ask previous, if this passes with new wording and whatever, it goes to that fall big meeting where you're going to have a lot of people questioning what is going on. Are they going to pass it? Are they going to understand this? Because we're having a time with words. Can you imagine what they are going to be thinking? And it looks like, hey, we're going to get money. And where are you guys going to get the money from? How are you going to fulfill your promise? And this is where I'm thinking on.
I'll just sort of point out, this is not legislation. This is not something that would go to the AGM for discussion. This is simply this body, the MNGA, making the request of the board.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Is it going to go to the public?
This doesn't go to it doesn't go beyond this body here today. So it wouldn't be something that's brought to the AGM for consideration or approval. This body has the decision-making ability to make that request, the specific request, to the board. And that's what's being done here. So if this passes, it goes automatically to the board for their, if the new language would pass, to explore the new ways and means for MNBC to cover the costs, et cetera, et cetera.
How about to explore new ways and means for MNBC to fulfill the cover? Fulfill. in there, a promise of fulfilling it.
I'm not sure if there's much of a difference in cover and fulfill, but we can, if you wish to add that, we can do that once this new language has been dealt with.
Just make sure that it's in there, but
Well-
I know that it's not going to be possible for a few years.
And that may be the case. That'll be, once, if this passes as the amendment is proposing, then that would be up to the board, because this is really, it's a request going to the board. The board could reject the request.
Okay.
Really, it's a request, right? So, and I'll certainly leave it with you, President Swears, if and when, once we're done with the proposed amendment here, if there's other wording that you wish to bring, then we can do that in due time. The next speaker I had is President Massey.
Well, we've had a good round of discussion. I think we all know the intent of this. We can put whatever wording that can possibly be thought of up there. It's not going to make a difference. If there's no money, there's no money. So we either vote that we agree with this, the intent, yes, or we don't. Because we can sit here all afternoon and word banty. That's my opinion. So I would like to call a question if it's appropriate.
Thank you. Per our standing rules, because this is on a specific and a new amendment, I will limit what I have left on my list for this, and then we will go to question on the amendment. I next had President Keith. No, thank you. President Copeland.
So maybe this isn't the time, maybe I have to wait, but being that we don't know where our money's coming from, maybe at the end of that, we need to explore it on an annual basis, right? If we get money, bring people. If not, wait.
I think the intention would be on annual, given the fact that it's MNGA, in-person MNGAs plural that are set out there. I think that's the intention. We can certainly, once we deal with this amendment, make that explicit. But again, it's a request, and if, for example, the request goes, the MNGA could make this request at every MNGA, right? So we could make the request now, and if it's not being fulfilled in the opinion of the MNGA, a subsequent request can be made in December, for example. I had Director Gervais, did you wish to speak to this?
Yes, I just want to add to the wording on the resolved
We're not dealing with adding wording at this point. We've already got wording that's before we'll vote on that, and then if there's anyone wishing to bring another amendment, proposed amendment, we can do that. So, thank you. Director Gledue. All right, thank you. Okay, so we are at that point. We're going to look, and I can just have a moment just to see if there was an easier way than the hands, because that sometimes takes a bit too. We'll just do a roll call. I think it might be faster, and I think it'd be a more accurate number as well. So we'll do a roll. Sure, we can. Yeah, we'll try that. I wasn't sure based on the brief conversation we had. I'll look for unanimous consent to remove the word approve and insert the words explore new ways and means for. Is there any objection to that wording? Is there any objection to the amendment that's provided? Thank you.
And I see I'm the only one. I would like it recorded in the minutes, please. Thank you. If I'm the only one that's objecting.
That's all. We'll go through a roll call then. It's just we don't have unanimous consent. All it takes is one, and then we'll go through a roll call. So I'll turn it over to our clerk. Those in favor of the proposed amendment.
The amendment requires, is my mic on?
Yeah.
Okay. The amendment requires a majority vote, so that's more than half. Anthony Wingham.
Not in favor.
Heather Weaver.
Not in favor.
Marlene Swears.
In favor for now.
Joy Sundin.
Not in favor.
Tom Spence.
Not in favor.
Natasha Smith.
Not in favor.
Lisa Shepherd.
In favor.
Mert Servatius.
In favor.
Chris Sample.
In favor.
Brianna Pelche. In favor. Vanessa Mueller.
Not in favor.
Walter Minot.
In favor.
Just as a reminder, we are voting on the amendment only, as set out on the screen. Betty Ann McDonnell.
In favor.
Tyler Massey.
In favor.
Rick Lewis.
In favor.
Alan Lavelle.
In favor.
Jamie Keith.
In favor.
Travis Jobin.
In favor.
Where am I? Zelda Hunt.
In favor.
Brenda House.
Not in favor.
Susie Hooper.
Not in favor.
Patrick Harriott.
In favor.
June Graham.
In favor.
Tony Goulet.
Not in favor.
Okay. Feb Goulet.
In favor.
Dean Gladue.
In favor.
Rainey Gervais.
In favor.
Lee Fraser.
In favor.
Paulette Flamond.
Not in favor.
Deborah Fisher.
In favor.
Mark Dubord.
Favor.
Cheryl Dodman.
In favor.
Betty Deck.
Against.
Okay. Louis DeJager.
In favor.
Thank you. Jeff Crozier.
In favor.
Nicole Corson.
In favor.
Alana Copeland.
Not in favor.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Not in favor.
I'm sorry, that was not in favor?
Not in favor.
Okay. Carmen Carrier.
In favor.
Ron Curran.
Not in favor.
Zev Brewer.
In favor.
Joy Bremner.
In favor.
Caitlin Bird.
In favor.
Danielle Bergevin.
In favor.
Kyle Belcourt Gladue.
In favor.
Rob Anderson.
In favor.
Melanie Allard.
In favor.
David Allard.
Opposed?
Katie Aldred.
In favor.
Thank you. And it passes with 34 in favor and 15 opposed.
Thank you. So we are back to Resolution 5 as amended. I note the time. What I'm going to suggest, given that there were a number of people during the conversation that had an interest or had expressed particular wording, what I'm going to suggest is that over the lunch break, you can consider that if you want to bring it so that we'll have special wording. If you wish to discuss with any other members who indicated a desire to bring an amendment, that we might be able to hopefully do some business over lunch to bring something a bit more, I'm not going to say organized, but in maybe a way that we won't have to have as much discussion or back and or potential amendments and further amendments if we have some discussion over lunch. But we'll go for lunch. We'll come back at just okay. Just what we'll do. Sorry, Jordan, did you want to take over?
All right.
Tate, good afternoon. Great first session, everybody. I hope you're all hungry. Lunch is about to kick off. I just wanted to announce that we're going to have the Honorable Han Chan, the MLA for Richmond Centre, an official critic for climate solutions and climate readiness, attending lunch with us today. So please join them, say hello, get to know them, our local politicians that are supporting us in our efforts here in community and governance. So we'll be returning for lunch at
1:25.
1:25. All right, folks?
All right.
Thank you very much.
Oh, just before we all go, everybody, just before we all go.
One more note from Walter.
As we all know, we have a new member sitting with us today from the Kelly Lake Métis Settlement Society, Kyle. And on behalf of MNBC and all our communities, Kyle, I'd like to welcome you to this table and thank you for being here and bringing your voice of Kelly Lake to this table. So you're very much welcome here, my friend.
Thank you very much.
All right, if you can take your seats, we're going to begin with the quorum call, and I will turn it over to our clerk to begin quorum.
Am I at the bottom or the top?
No, start at the bottom, so that when we do a vote, you start at the top.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So this is your roll call. So if you're here, please indicate so when I call your name. Anthony Wingham.
Here.
Heather Weaver.
Here.
Marlene Swears.
All the time.
Here. I do.
Did you hear that?
Joyce Sundin. Present. Thomas Spence.
Present.
Natasha Smith.
Present.
Lisa Shepherd.
Uta.
Mert Servatius.
I'm here.
Chris Sample.
Present.
Brianna Pelche.
Here.
Vanessa Mueller.
Present.
Walter Minot. Betty Ann McDonnell. Okay, Betty Ann is in the house. Tyler Massey.
Here.
Rick Lewis.
Present.
Alan Lavallee.
Here.
Jamie Keith.
Present.
Travis Jobin.
Present.
Zelda Hunt.
Present.
Brenda House. Here. Thank you. Susie Hooper.
Present.
Not Jessica. Is it Jessica or Rob in now? It's neither, so. There he is. I'll come back to him at the A's. Patrick Harriet.
Present.
June Graham.
Present.
Tony Goulet.
Here.
Feb Goulet. Here. Dean Gladue.
Present.
Rainey Gervais.
Here.
Lee Fraser.
Here.
Paulette Flamond.
Here.
Deb Fisher.
Here.
Mark Dubord.
Present.
Cheryl Dodman.
Present.
Betty Deck. Not yet. She'll be here. Louis DeJager.
Present.
Jeff Crozier.
Here, unless we're playing hide and seek and then you're on your own.
Nicole Corson.
Present.
Alana Copeland.
Here.
Bernadette Chavoyer.
Here.
Carmen Carrier.
Here.
Ron Caron. Zev Brewer.
Present.
Joy Bremner.
A question before I say I'm here. Can you ask someone to turn the air conditioning down? Present. Or up. Down.
Present.
Up.
Frozen.
Caitlin Bird.
Present.
Danielle Bergevin.
Here.
Kyle Belcourt Gladue.
Here.
Melanie Allard.
Here.
David Allard. Rob Anderson.
Here.
And Katie Aldred.
Here.
There is a quorum of 46.
Thank you very much. So we are back, and if we can, when we get a second, have the Resolution 5 put back up. I do have my list before. I'm going to let everyone know where we're at and make sure that those that wish to speak are included on this list. I also want to note that there are 3 individuals who are on my list who are wishing to speak for the 3rd time. That is permissible so long as that the MNGA wishes to permit that. So obviously we'll let those who have not spoken, they're at the top of my list, those who wish to speak the 2nd time, and then for those that are 3rd, we'll look to that when we get to that point. So the order I have, I will start with, and I'll just read it out first before we get, first we have Chairperson Carrier, I got President Swears, Vice President Mueller, President Shepherd, Director Harriet, President Aldred, and then the 3 individuals so far that wish to speak for the 3rd time are President Keith, President Minot, and President Byrd. So I will turn it first to Chairperson Carrier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can barely remember what I was going to say, and I wrote down 2 point form notes, so I'll try to piece it together because we've had a lot of discussion since then. My comment was that I really liked President Byrd's suggestion that the Governance Committee was working on, and I do recall that Minister Harriet also asked for a bit more time for the Governance Committee to do their work, and Cousin Dave approached me at lunch and said, please, the Governance Committee wants more work, so please make it happen. So I'm going to ask that request.
Thank you. And next up, President Swears.
My question was answered, so I don't need to speak.
Thank you very much. Vice President Mueller.
I already spoke.
Thank you. President Shepherd.
Lisa Shepherd, Golden Ears Métis Society. So while I agree with the idea of this resolution, I'm really grateful that it's come to the floor because it's allowed for discussion. And, you know, we've all had an opportunity to talk about this and we realize the importance of this. At this time, I am going to speak in opposition of this because for me, resources, it's not just the money resources, it's actually human time resources as well. And I have difficulty at this time asking the board and staff to direct their time towards this while our community is currently considering looking at charitable status. I'd rather see the money come to the community in the form of support, support of other pressing needs that we have and towards advocating for Métis rights. If Zoom access wasn't a thing, I think I'd be more willing to support at this time. But it is a thing, and we do have, we do welcome all, not just our board, but all citizens to be watching the MNGA through Zoom. So at this time, I'm afraid I have to speak against this. Thank you.
Thank you. I next have Director Harriet.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. I will note that my colleague across the way, President Allard, is now willing to see stuff go to the Governance Committee now that he's no longer a part of it. No, I think, we are working already on these ways and means, and this shows the importance of us getting there. So I'm in support of this language as it is now.
Thank you. President Aldred.
I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. I will look for unanimous consent of the MNGA if we wish to have individuals speak a 3rd time on this issue. And I'm seeing President Byrd saying take her name off that. President Keith. President Minot, did you wish to speak a 3rd time still? No, okay, so this issue doesn't arise. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this that has not yet spoken or has only spoken once?
Question?
Question. We're just voting on the amended wording. Nope, the resolution with that wording. That wording already passed. So we will be voting on the resolution as amended, so the whole bit this time. I'll turn it over to our clerk.
I'll just ask the Deputy Clerk Berinder to incorporate those changes so it's not set out as an amendment anymore, so everyone can see what they're voting on. Thank you. So we will be proceeding on this vote. It requires a majority vote to proceed. Katie Aldred.
I do not support.
David Allard.
In favor.
Melanie Allard.
In favor.
Rob Anderson.
In favor.
Kyle Belcourt-Gladu.
I do not support.
Danielle Bergevin.
In favor.
Caitlin Bird.
In favor.
Joy Bremner.
In favor.
Zev Brewer.
Opposed.
Ron Karan.
Opposed.
Okay. Carmen Carrier.
In favor.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Opposed?
Alana Copeland.
Opposed.
Nicole Corson.
In favor.
Jeff Crozier.
Opposed.
Louis DeJager.
In favor.
Betty Deck.
Opposed.
Cheryl Dodman.
In favor.
Mark Dubord.
Favor.
Deborah Fisher.
In favor.
Paulette Flamond.
Opposed.
Lee Fraser.
In favor.
Rainey Gervais.
In favor.
Dean Gladue.
In favor.
Feb Goulet.
In favor.
Tony Goulet.
No.
June Graham.
In favor.
Patrick Harriet.
In favor?
Susie Hooper.
Opposed.
Brenda House.
Opposed.
Zelda Hunt.
Opposed.
Travis Jobin.
In favor.
Jamie Keith.
In favor.
Alan Lavallee.
In favor.
Rick Lewis.
In favor.
Tyler Massey.
In favor.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Opposed.
Walter Minot.
In favor.
Vanessa Mueller.
Opposed?
Okay. Brianna Pelletier.
In favor.
Chris Sample.
In favor.
Mert Servatius.
In favor.
Lisa Shepard.
Opposed.
Natasha Smith.
Opposed.
Thomas Spence.
Opposed.
Joy Sundin.
Opposed.
Marlene Swears.
No.
Heather Weaver.
Opposed?
Anthony Wingham.
Opposed.
Yep. So the motion is approved with 27 in favor and 22 opposed.
All right. So we're going to move on to resolution number 6, which is on page 53 in your package. I will pass it to our clerk.
All right. The subject is honorarium for community representatives at MNBC meetings. It's submitted by Cowichan Valley Métis Association. It was submitted on April 22nd, 2025, and requires a majority vote to move ahead. Whereas most elected presidents and vice presidents are volunteers and do not receive compensation for their hours, some MNBC presidents and vice presidents have full-time jobs, and to attend governance meetings on behalf of their community, many must take leave without pay. The customary practice of presenting an honorarium is typically presented to elders, cultural leaders, or knowledge keepers as a form of recognition and appreciation for their contributions, such as sharing traditional knowledge or conducting ceremonies. These payments are not intended as compensation, but rather as a gesture of respect and gratitude. The Government of Canada Overview of Honorariums and Gifts for First Nations, Inuit, or Métis recipients, Clause 4.1 states, the Directive on Payments defines an honorarium for First Nations, Inuit, or Métis recipients as follows. A benevolent payment made by the Crown to First Nations, Inuit, or Métis recipients used only when there is no other statutory, regulatory, or policy vehicle to make such payment. The payment is made to a First Nations, Inuit, or Métis recipient who is not a government employee to recognize or honor the collaborative efforts made by the recipient with respect to Indigenous ceremonies and other collaborative events or activities with the Government of Canada. The payment can only be made where the Crown has no obligation of any kind, no legal liability, and where the recipient has no right of payment and is not entitled to compensation in any form. Other MNBC elected persons receive recognition funding for various roles supporting communities. Be it resolved that the MNGA requests that the MNBC Board of Directors approve a daily honorarium for an MNBC community president, vice president, or representative when they attend an in-person MNBC Métis Nation Governing Assembly or annual general meeting, or Regional Governance Council on behalf of their community, based on the MNBC honorarium guidelines.
Thank you very much. Can we have someone move this resolution? President Lewis.
Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis. I would like to make an amendment before proceeding. I would like to take the words out of be it resolved that where it says or annual general meetings AGM. I would like that to be removed, and then I shall so move it forward. Thank you.
So that can just be taken out now. The motion is not currently on the floor. If you could just totally delete the words, not just cross them out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. President Keith. Thank you. President Lewis, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Co-Chair. Yes, as we've heard here numerous times that some members have attended some meetings and they've lost days of pay, and it's not about the pay, it's about being recognized from NMBC and the our folks attending these meetings, and it's a sign of respect, and I think this is high due time that we are recognized for the work that we do and attending these meetings on behalf of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. President Keith.
Yes, I would like to support this resolution completely. When I was, as many of you know, I was a youth rep, and when I ran, I was the only youth rep to run. And I became so bored with my youth rep work that I ended up becoming a president too, but that was back when you could do both. And I'm scratching my head. I want to first applaud the work of all regional reps, but the work that you do as a president is much more complicated and cumbersome, in my opinion, as someone who has sat and done both roles. And the idea that regional reps are being given honorariums and not presidents is shocking to me. And I know that we're going to come up against another wall here with cost. You know, the problem is that there's just so many of you, and that's why we can't give an honorarium to you, but we can give an honorarium to regional reps because there's fewer of them. But in my opinion, our work is much more extensive, and the demands on us are much more than others. And likewise, I'm seeing some people be given honorariums for showing up to events, and I totally understand that and I support it. I just believe that we need to work hard to support those that are working extremely hard for this nation. And I will remind you that according to those survey results, 70% of presidents are experiencing burnout, and over 80% are experiencing tumultuous relationships with their family over how much time they volunteer. And I won't get into the impact that the survey noted for financial and career choice as well. But I believe that we need to reward and help those and honor those that are putting forth the biggest effort in this nation. And I will say as a last and final note that I know that MNBC doesn't see all the work that I do as a president, because I know that oftentimes my own board doesn't even see it. Just on my way down here, I actually arrived here at around 2 in the morning because I had to stay behind for a Louis Riel Day committee. Got here late, and on my lunch break, I'm taking phone calls, I'm taking meetings for other things like that. It's certainly a big deal to come out here and to carve time whilst trying to also do work at home for the nation as well. Thank you.
Thank you. President Goulet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tony Goulet, North Caribou Métis. And just, again, kudos to the Cowichan Valley Métis Nation for putting these forward and allowing us to have these discussions. I think they're very, very, very important, and I thank you guys for that very much. But I hate to be the naysayer, and I'm going to be voting no on this resolution. I keep going back to be careful what we are wishing for. We are the MNGA, and be careful for what we're asking for financial money. I believe that we should be investing within our communities and not being top heavy on paying honorariums, people coming to meetings, people being here. It's a dangerous precedent. It will just drain the money, and there is none. I've been around for a while, and we have to be cognizant of changes within the government, things that are happening. There's just not going to be there eventually, so be careful what we ask for. I just feel, the word honorarium. I've been on different boards, and now you're being taxed for an honorarium. Be very, very careful on using the word honorarium. You're going to have to claim that. It's going to be more work on the MNBC to issue tax returns, I think, because it is considered to be part of your income. So I just want to be forewarned on that. I've been through these conversations before. I get the intent, and I love it, and I love that across the table that they're advocating for money. But I just want to bring us back to the community component is so important for us around this table. So thanks. I'll be voting no.
Thank you. President DeBoard.
Yes, I guess I'm comfortable with the fact it says an MSC community president in the sense that the last resolution kind of doubled this effect. But I was wondering, would it be possible for the speaker to give us an actual dollar value about what this would look like? I'm just not familiar what a daily honorarium value is offhand. And I'm just wondering, we've been here 3 days, some of us a week, and I'm wondering if it's possible.
Sure, I'll see if we have a finance member, or perhaps Colette, or perhaps we'll have Director Harriet respond.
Yeah, Patrick Harriet, Regional Director. I did run the numbers when I saw this, and now I see that the AGM portion has been crossed out. But before the AGM portion was crossed out, it was going to be about $120,000, which is essentially 10% of the community funding that was announced yesterday by President Minolt. So it'll be a bit less than that with the AGM portion crossed out, but yeah.
Thank you. Is there any additional discussion on this resolution? President Byrd.
I just want to mention, seeing as it was mentioned, the regional representatives receiving an honoraria, they receive a fairly small honoraria for the amount of meetings that they take part in. It's just over, I think, $100 a month, and they are part of RGCs and other committee meetings and do a lot of work with their different communities as well. They also use that often for other initiatives, but also to supplement any travel that they might have. The travel budgets for regional reps is also not huge, and especially when we think about the north, when there's vast distances, they might supplement their travel budget with the honoraria that they receive. And so I don't want us to think about those regional reps as raking it in with honoraria, because it is a very, very small amount that they are receiving for the work that they do.
Thank you. President Bremner.
I actually spoke with Tony during lunch. And as financing is going to be a concern for a number of years going forward, my suggestion that I shared with him, let's buy lottery tickets.
An excellent solution. Any further discussion? President Allard.
Yeah, hi, David Allard, Salmon Army Métis Association. I'm in support of the intent of this. I'm just curious for comparative purposes in regards to the three branches of government we have here. We have the executive, the board of directors, which have well-deserved remuneration. We also have the judicial arm. I'm not clear on what their monetary recompense is for their activities, but I do believe, and if we could get clarification on that number, so those two arms of government are remunerated. So in a show of solidarity, it would be nice if the legislative branch, the presidents or vice presidents of the MNGA, would be considered under the similar optics. That's a suggestion, and perhaps we can have an answer to the question. Thank you.
No? Okay.
Trying to see who we can find to give you those answers.
I'm just wondering if the CEO or the CFO are here. Okay, so maybe go on to the next.
President Caron.
I missed him. Ron Caron with the Vernon District Métis. Just would like a point of clarification from the presenter of this motion. Would that honorarium be for, because it kind of goes hand in hand with the last one, is that for both people that would come to these events or just one?
Just the one person sitting in the chair.
Thank you.
President Lewis, you're my next speaker.
Thank you, Co-Chair. As Mr. Harry had mentioned, it was 100,000 plus some change, is that correct? And that's based over a year. It's not just one lump sum, so I'm sure that through finances and whatnot, we'd be able to find that funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Harriet?
Yeah, just clarification. Yeah, it was 120 before the AGM piece was struck out. And you know, as others have said, I mean, we really try to find wherever we can funding to go to communities. Like our community funding has increased by 200% from pre-COVID levels. And honestly, it's going to have to come from somewhere. And that number being 10% of what we're giving to communities now, yeah.
Patrick? Hello, over here. Marlene, can you explain a little bit more what you mean by the 10%?
So with the calculation being $120,000 for what was suggested before the AGM was taken off, what was announced yesterday by President Manold for funding directly for community capacity was $1.2 million. So that's 10% of that number.
CEO Trudeau.
So the senators receive a stipend of $300 per meeting. They also get a quarterly stipend, but per meeting it is $300.
Thank you. President Aldred.
I was just going to say, like, I appreciate everybody's insight in this. And I know from previous experience, like, for example, LFMO writes for grants to hold their women's forums. And so I'm just wondering if maybe perhaps while we're looking into this, maybe MMBC could write specifically for a grant so that we're not taking away from our community's dollars, but still compensating the people who sit on these tables and provides their time in some sort of way so that, we are recognized and we are supported.
Thank you. President Minot.
Thanks for that suggestion. Just for everybody's information, that is the steps that we are taking. We are going after industry, other governments and everything. We do have a proposal right now to one of the major companies out of Calgary to help support our elders group right now. I think we put a proposal, I'm not sure of the number, but it's a substantial amount. And we're going to continue doing those and having those meetings and those discussions with all different types of industry around the province and other areas within the federal and provincial government to be able to help support some of these community initiatives like this and other events throughout the province. Right now, we don't get very many dollars at all for our elders, for our youth, our women, our two-spirited committees. So right now, we are really concentrating on those areas to be able to get some funding for them. And now and we have had this mandate for quite a few years to try to access more funding for our communities. I guarantee you this board of directors are going to be fighting hard to access those dollars to be able to support our communities in a bigger, major capacity going forward. As that is that is one of the dreams that we have as well, is to assure that our communities are, looked after, they are given the capacity to keep operating. I've said it before and I will continue to say it again, the importance of our community to our government is second to none. Our community is our number one concern with our government, with our board of directors, to assure that they do have the capacity to move forward. We are just early into that fight, but I guarantee you we are going to be fighting hard and we are going to be pushing the initiatives and we are going to take it to every level of government, every level of industry that we can to assure that we can try to get the support that is necessary for our government to move forward with your inclusion at all times. So we definitely are going to make sure that is an issue that we deal with constantly through this term. And I'm hoping our next government that comes in keeps pushing that and making sure that our communities are represented at the level that they would like to see the representation at. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do see your microphone is on there, President Keith. I have a couple of speakers before you haven't spoken yet. President Copeland.
So I know it's agreed on that we come down here for one, or get together for one in-person meeting a year. And I understand that us as community leaders, we take time out of our lives to come and represent our communities. But maybe we should just not do them all Zoom and pay honorariums, and the cost, the savings that would have to fly everybody down, like all the expense of travel, could just go to the presidents to compensate them for their time online.
Thank you. President Shepherd.
Thank you, Lisa Shepherd, Golden Ears Métis Society. At this time, I also feel opposed to this resolution for the same reason I did the one before, and that's simply put, I just don't think we can get blood from a stone. Funding's not there to be able to do more than what's being done already. At the same time, it sounds like work is being done to try to get there, which I appreciate, I'm grateful for. I hope that the board constantly refers to all the people at this table as volunteers when they're speaking to funders, they're speaking to government. I would also really encourage everybody at this table to make sure that every table that you go to as a volunteer, that you introduce yourself as a volunteer. I do. Every table that I go to, I make sure that they know I'm here today as president of Golden Ears Métis Society, and I'm here as a volunteer speaking out for the needs of my community. I think a lot of times others that are around the table don't realize that, and they see the table as being equitable when in fact it is not. And so I do think that it's an important message that we carry that and make sure that people really understand that. But at this time, I'm afraid, and very unfortunately, I will be opposed to this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Goulet.
I just have a question. I'm just wondering, an honorarium, does it mean that that person will get a T4A at the end of the year? Depends on how much. Yeah. So that's.
Thank you. Director Fisher?
So at home, I heard recently that the elders in my region are now declining their honorarium. They're declining it because they have to report it as income, and some of them, one of them told me that literally they were like $50 over and lost substantial just due to that. And they said they would rather have somebody fill their car up or buy them some groceries, you know, because the government's got their fingers on that as well. I also want to stress to you that, and I know that all of the board members do this, but in particular, speaking from myself, is every meeting I go to, if it's federally or provincially, I always stress that we are the only Indigenous government in Canada whose communities are run solely by volunteers. That is usually met with gulps. Because I said that would never happen, and nothing against First Nations. This has nothing against First Nations or Inuit. But it's the honest truth. That's how much we believe in our cause and how much we believe in our charter communities and our citizens. That we, as Métis people, volunteer our time for the fight and to keep our people together. And I think that message is starting to get through. But actually, they were shocked. And they should be. They should also hold their heads down. So please know that this board is advocating extremely hard for that, for the capacity dollars for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. President Keith.
To me personally, it's very manipulative of people in this room to say, you know, presidents, we would give it to you, but we'd have to take it away from your community. And don't you love your community? You don't want to take from them to feed yourself. We shouldn't be lumped in with communities so that it seems like us asking for something is taking away from them. Because you know well that a president's heart is with their community, and they will never, ever take anything from the community. And that's why MNBC needs to start fighting this as a separate dollar and separate category. The next thing I want to bring up is I've heard a lot of tone-deaf comments this weekend. In particular, you get here and you're running on burnout and you've done everything you can for your community, and then someone's like, you know, communities need to learn to fish for themselves. You know, you need to pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. Well, I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to go negotiate with the government and get funding directly to my charter. Now, I will say this, when I apply for a grant for SOSMA, I write myself down as, let's say, if it's a very large grant, $8,000 to a program director to direct this, and I donate it back to SOSMA. That money that's supposed to go to me, it's not just me donating my time, it's me writing off the money that I'm supposed to get back to SOSMA. Again, those are the things that are not being seen and they're not being talked about. And yet we come here and it's like, we would like a morsel, please. And it's like, ooh, well, we'd have to take away from your community and therefore it looks terrible. We're asking for an honorarium. We were asking for a salary last time, and now we're asking for a morsel, and it's still, no, we can't afford you. This nation has got to start to take care of the people that are breaking their backs It says a lot about us when we come to the table and we ask for scraps, and the answer is still no every time. We've got to figure out a way to take care of the people that are working hard. And that sounds obvious, but like I said, there's little comments here and there's little perspectives here and there that are really tearing us as presidents down, left, right, and center. And again, just no clue what goes on in a charter and what it takes. There are some charters that are dormant, and that's unfortunate, but there are others that are hauling butt to try to make ends meet, keep the lights on, and get our communities up and going and standing on their own 2 feet. And that needs to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Mueller.
Just in response to that, if not out of the community dollars, which pot would you like that to be paid from? We are headed into a financial freeze by the federal government and the provincial government. So in terms of where the money comes from, we are already having programs cut. So where? Which pot? Maybe we just make the board of directors get paid less. I'm not sure where the money's supposed to come from. It's not about not recognizing people. I think that our communities are very grateful for the work that we do. And also, that being said, is that I believe it's on the table that we are voting on having other people being able to come in place of a president or a vice president. And maybe that's something for presidents to consider. If you can't afford it, if you have something else, another commitment, you have other people to draw on, it's not that. And potentially, why don't you make your in-person meetings a hybrid meeting? Have people who can't afford to come, can't afford to lose the work, or can't leave their community, have the option for them to be online like they did at the AGM. I think that when we get Section 35 rights, when we start getting more recognition from the Government of Canada, we'll have a better pot to fund from and move forward. I remember a time where our regional directors weren't paid. And it's built in, it's come. Maybe it's just not that time yet.
Thank you. President Minot.
Just a suggestion how we can maybe, how we can get some help from each one of our communities and our leadership out there. As I've already stated in other conversations that we're going to be seeking support of all our communities out there, and some of our initiatives they will want to go forward, especially in regards to our Section 35 rights. This is one area that we could use your assistance on. If we can get letters from the communities on the struggles they're having, with the capacity and moving forward, and to be able to help them build, those letters will go a long ways with your signatures on them to have us negotiate these costs and these issues that we're having, at the community level. That's not just coming from, the leadership, the provincial leadership. It's going to be coming from our citizens, coming from our leaders within each community. That's a stronger voice than just the certain few that are sitting up here at the front. Hearing from our communities, getting letters of support, wanting us to fight this battle at all levels of government, to be able to establish capacity for our communities would help us to be able to fight on behalf of communities. So I would like to suggest that the communities that really have the concerns around capacity, and I believe it's all of us, and I don't doubt that. That's been the biggest hurdle for our government and our communities moving forward, to be able to get that proper representation. That's not at the community level, but at the provincial and federal level, is the inclusion of the support that we need to take to those tables. So for stuff like this, when it comes to dollar amounts and being able to support the communities and the capacity they need, we'll need the support of our communities to take that message to the federal government, to the provincial government. That message gets a lot louder if we have those letters of support coming out. And I would like to ask each and every community to hopefully drop a letter, and if you can get your whole board to sign it on behalf of your community, or as many of your board members as possible, then we can take those letters. We can take those asks to the areas that we need to take them to, and it shows the concern throughout the whole province, not just one area. And it will help us, I believe, to be able to negotiate with government to bring this into reality where we can support our communities a lot more. That is a goal for MNBC. And like I've said before, we need to build our house. Our house is our government. It's where we sit right now. And you're our family. If we can't stabilize our house, build it and stabilize it, we can't bring our family in to be able to support them. So once we build that home, once we build that structure, and that's what we're doing today, we're trying to build a strong structure at our level to be able to one day support each and every one of our communities, to bring them into our house, to bring the stability to our government. And we can't do that until we build our house first. And this is the stages that we're at right now, is building that home, building that stability. And once we've done that and we covered all avenues, then we bring our family home. We bring everybody into our home and we start working together, we start growing together. So that is the aspiration of this board. And with your support, I believe we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. President Graham.
June Graham, Alberni, Clakewood. Yeah, I think what I hear very strongly is this is not about money. I'm not hearing that really about anyone. It's about a need to be recognized, a need to be the bottom of the totem pole holding us all up. It's a need to be heard and seen. And the idea of sending someone else in our place for us to have a break instead of going to meetings would be something I'd strongly oppose. I've lost count of how many years I've been a leader, and this is my moment to shine when I sit at these tables. I'm not giving that up. But what I'm hearing very clearly is we have all these leaders at this table, and I see it all the time. They're not feeling valued. And we all know that people that do the work on the ground need to be recognized and valued to be happy, for us to run harmoniously. And that's missing. And it is sad to see these amazing leaders come to the table and ask for crumbs, and there is none. We need to change that. And I don't mean get money and change it. I mean, we need to change it. What's happening here? We need to talk about that. We need to hold all of our people up, and we need to value them. And that's not happening. I don't question one leader at this table about their loyalty to MNBC, because they're volunteers and they always show up. And I know because I'm one of them. I will never turn my back on MNBC. I'm loyal to them. And I know the leaders at the table are as well. So maybe we need to look at other ways right now until the money can come in, that we can validate all the people that work tirelessly for this nation. Some way, somehow. But we need to stop having to come to the table and beg for crumbs. That's shameful. We need to look at this and fix it. I'm not pointing fingers at anyone. I just don't want to see my fellow leaders have to beg, because they deserve so much for what they do. I listen to Jamie and I listen to her. She gives the money back. She runs her butt off. We all got those stories. Every one of us could tell that story, a version of it in our community. So there is no money right now, but what can we do to hold each other up? Appreciate each other. How can we work together and value each other and look for ways that we can resolve this in a good way. I think that's it. I just want to say I appreciate every one of you. I see you. I see the work you do. I sympathize with you as you do with me. So let's work together. Thank you.
Thank you. President Allard?
Yeah, hi everyone. Again, wow, this is great. These are great debates, and I do feel that we're being heard, which is awesome. We're going through these motions, and more than that, we're believing in this. I think one thing we have to remember is we're all community, and that seems to be kind of lost in all of this, especially when the narrative of there's money for community. Well, presidents are community. How many presidents here, if tomorrow were not around, their community would suffer tremendously? Quite a few, I think. So we got to try to keep that in mind, try to change that narrative. Community presidents, no, we're all community. So that's the first step. We got to change our patterns of thinking in regards to that. The submitter of the resolution said it wasn't about money. So we shouldn't focus too much on that element either. So now we're at the stage where we kind of recognize that it's more of a gesture. There's been many great words said here. Director Fisher mentioned we're one of the few, if not the only nation that's supported by volunteers. I mean, just recently I was at the Indigenous Education Council that I'm a part of now, and when I told the Secwepemc members that I was a volunteer, they immediately offered to pay an honorarium. That threw the paradox of what we're talking now into clear contrast. It kind of blew my mind, and they were quite surprised. So I think we have to keep all that in mind. We have to stay creative. We were just recently told communities are going to receive $1.2 million. Let's be creative. That could have been changed somewhat by saying communities and presidents are going to receive some money. The money's there. So let's try to be creative, keep working together like we're doing right now, and see where we land. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could just turn your mic off. Thank you. President Shepherd.
Lisa Shepherd, Golden Ears Métis Society. I think that the idea that President Minot had about writing letters is a great idea. I would like to suggest that MNBC provide a template letter with all of the language in it that we can choose to add, to edit, or customize, with a date to return it by, so that we can approach this with a unified and concentrated advocacy effort. Speaking to the respect and equitability and the value of our volunteers, talking about the impact on our people, the burnout, and about our wellness. And feel free to mention that many of our communities are looking at seeking charitable status. And I actually want that to sit in the air for a little bit. Because charity for me, and I think for a lot of people around the table, is a little bit of a trigger word for people who are from road allowance, people whose families grew up in Métis ghetto. So when we're looking at obtaining charitable status, because it's the only way to keep our communities up and running, I think that this is the right time for a concentrated effort letter campaign. But if we could make that a little easier on us by providing a template letter that we can fill out and a date to return by, I think that that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. President Minot, if you'd like to respond.
100% agree with you, President Shepherd. I think that we can commit to making a template letter to set out to all the communities to revise how they feel necessary to confine to their community needs. I think that's a great start and a great beginning of getting this going forward, and it will help us when we do go into talks with government, industry, or whatever communications we have, where we can hopefully access some funds to be able to help our communities and help them with the capacity that they need to keep in operations. But I also wanted to address the concerns of President Graham on the respect that each and every one of you guys deserve from all the work that you guys have been doing, and to hopefully, get the recognition that you deserve from not just from this board, but from the province. I want to let you guys all know that we are going to have a big change in direction in our AGM this year. I've been talking with our CEO and our senior staff. Our AGMs, while we are sitting at this table, are going to start being concentrated on our people, our leadership. We're not going to bring in so many speakers and speaking on this behalf. This is an event that's going to honor each and every one of you from now on. We are going to be moving our AGM into bringing, our leaders in, honoring them in different ways, putting them on the pedestals that they deserve after all these years of dedication and time to our nation. We will be having some award ceremonies that are going to be presented to individual leaders, individual volunteers throughout the province. We are going to start recognizing each and every one of you through the next few years to make sure that, the people know the hard work that you've been doing. People know how important you guys are to our nation, how important you are to the growth of our nation, and that hasn't happened in the past. Our AGMs are coming back home. They're coming back to you. They're coming back to our communities. We are going to start recognizing in public, on display, each and every one of your contributions to our nation. And each AGM, we will be recognized a certain amount of individuals throughout the nation that have contributed to the growth of MNBC, the growth of our nation, and to the growth of your communities. I believe that it's about time. I agree with each and every one of you how important the work you've done. And I don't want to see, like President Graham has said, people looking at us like, we're looking at our presidents begging for a few dollars. That is not what we want to ever put out there as a message. We want to make sure that you guys are honored the way you guys deserve to be honored. And this AGM this year, I wanted to keep it secret for a while, but the conversation got into this direction. This AGM, you guys are going to see changes. You're going to see this new government, the MNBC Board of Directors and our senior staff concentrating on our leadership, concentrating on our volunteers, concentrating on our elders, our senators, people that grew this nation. And that recognition is going to be finally heard and seen right across the country. And I am proud to say that we will be the ones to present it. We will be the ones to honor you, bring you up onto that stage, and honor the contribution you've given to our government and to our nation. And I thank each and every one of you again for all the hard work. And if you feel that you've been neglected and not heard, I apologize on behalf of MNBC, our senior staff, our whole board of directors. That was never the intent, especially by this board, to ever disrespect any leaders with any community that put in all the hard work and dedication that you guys have for all these years. We want to honor each and every one of you in the best possible way we can. And again, I thank you guys all for all your work you guys have done.
Thank you. President Crozier.
Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. When I stepped into the role of president, well, first of all, board member, and then president, I signed an oath committing myself to the needs and the forward momentum of our nation. When I joined this assembly, thank you, that commitment was very much on my mind and my heart. And I have never once felt taken advantage of by the nation of the MNBC nation. I speak that for myself. I can't speak for other presidents, but as far as our community of Rocky Mountain Métis Association, I am fully in support, and I will continue to be in support of that, because my heart is for my nation, my heart is for my community, and I knew what I was getting into when I signed up. And so any support, any bit of financial compensation is, while it's received gratefully, I never feel like we're going after crumbs. And that's my perspective. I'm not disagreement with anything else that has been said. I'm just saying from my perspective as president. And I want to thank you for everything that you are doing to forward our nation. And the conversation, as President Allard has referred to, the conversation that we have today is rich and it is good. And it is needed. However, it's not felt to the degree that some of it has been presented on all levels. So while there is a give and a take, from my perspective, I just want to say thanks for everything you are doing and continue to do on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader McDonnell.
I just want to share an observation or just some thoughts. I don't know how many people in this room, some of you will remember, when we were back getting letters from Pacific Métis so our children could play hockey as Métis children. And then Federation. I have letters from all of these. And then MNBC. If MNBC is 30 years old, I've been at this table one way or another, whether it was as a board member or president and then back to a board member or in trouble and not on the board. I do that a lot. And in my community has, over all of those years, so probably 50 years, it is 50 years, because just to FYI, this year is Canadian Friendship Center's 50th birthday. The Friendship Center came and was and is because of Métis. And that was because Mr. Hurry and the Métis had a financial record that we could share with Canate so they could get financing. So we've had 4 presidents. We had Orton Hurry, Pete Hurry, Phil Dumont back and forth, and myself back and forth. 30 years. And listening to the conversations, as frustrating as it gets, we have moved mountains. I remember when they all paid their own gas to get to Vancouver. Every day. And they would be in the office as volunteers all day long and head back home over the mountain. Oh yeah, and that was when it was a long way around. But it is disheartening when many tables I sit at, and I love every one of them, but I've even had someone say, well, you're paid to sit here. Excuse me, I'm not a chief, I'm a leader. I don't get paid to sit here. And you're right, they're shocked. And they feel bad. So this is a wonderful discussion. And I'm not putting myself up there, I'm just saying I know how much we've moved forward from those days. That Bruce and Pete and Ashcroft, Dave Hodgson, all of those people. they paid to be Métis in a sense, because like I said, they paid their own gas, they paid their own food, and guaranteed they paid for their own beer. So just know that it's taking time. I would like it to be sooner rather than later, but I do appreciate every single person that's here and all of our board that keep trying, even if it doesn't sound like I do all the time. I do. I truly do. Marcy.
Thank you. Chairperson Carrier.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The lovely thing about being a chair of a council is you get to do collaborative leadership. And while I sit and listen, my council members hear things and they want it brought forward. So I'm really pleased to bring the voice of the women of the Métis Nation BC to the table. But before I do so, I would love to direct my comments to the lovely President Graham. And she and her beautiful golden girls sat with the Women's Council, took their time and their energy, took our tears when we talked about being frustrated with lack of resources. And the image that came up was, that I brought forward was, our grandmothers. They had 2 carrots and a potato, right? And they had to make something from it. So when I hear the comments being brought forward, I want you to know that I hear you and I feel a frustration similar, but from a different approach with the council that I'm chairing. But what my council members, so President Graham, I see you. You saw me, I see you, and I appreciate you. And I appreciate all of you who step into the role of leadership and stand in front of the steamroller. I feel you. My council members wanted me to bring forward some very real concerns that they're observing here, and that sometimes there's a disparity, right, between genders, between ages, between where people are at in their lives. Some folks are doing very well financially. Other folks may be volunteering and they have struggles maybe with their resources. Other folks may have more time if they're in a different stage of life, nearing retirement or in retirement. So I just want to acknowledge that the MWBC Council just wanted people to think about that as we discuss these issues, as we acknowledge each other's struggles financially, but that there are some intersectional issues here and some disparities. But I think what I'm observing, what I'm hearing is that we're all in the same boat. Maybe we're not paddling in tandem all the time, maybe we're splashing each other, but I think we're all in the same boat and we're trying to get to the same destination. So I hope that we can all work together to make that boat go smoothly. Thank you.
Thank you. President Dubord.
Yes, hearing kind of how I kind of view this is more of kind of a recognition piece than, like we mentioned, a dollar value. So I'd kind of like to put forward an amendment and kind of explaining kind of why, in the sense that, I'd like to strike the Regional Governance Council as well as the daily honorarium and the MNBC honorarium guidelines, and instead change it to approve a value of $50. Because I think that gets us to the point where, once we come down here in person, because it's already just in person, I can go home and eat all the Dominoes I can eat and feel good about what I've just done, right? And that's going to be a one moment where I get to reflect and feel totally valued. And, that's not a lot of money, right? We're talking 40 people, $50, we're only talking $2,000. I think that we can make that work. And I think that what that does is it opens us the door then in the future that can be changed. But in the meantime, it at least sends the symbol that we do value our people and we want to give everyone a moment to reflect on kind of what happened here on MNBC's dime.
Okay, thank you, President Board. So we're just getting the wording there. So a $50 honorarium.
That's correct.
Yeah, so we can unstrike the word honorarium.
And that would also be under the the requirement for MMBC to issue T4As, so there wouldn't be any additional administrative burden put on the financial team here at MMBC.
Sorry, and so, President DeBoer, is that accurate there then, the way the writing is? Just so I want to make sure we've captured it all.
It looks great.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Cheryl from Kelowna Métis Association.
Thank you. Just please give me a moment just to organize my list. Thank you. As seconder, I'll ask President Dodman if you wish to speak to it.
Just, it's something. And I know $50 isn't much, but it's the symbol, and I think it would be a great idea without pushing us to the limit financially. Thank you.
Thank you. Look like President Anderson? Yes. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Looking at that and the whole T4A issue, that would put it at $600. So it would be you would have to get a T4A, and then you would have to include that as income, and you would have to pay tax on that as income. So in fact, you might end up spending more money at the end of the tax year by going so close to the line of being and it's not the case. Some people have bigger amounts for travel and stuff like that, and they get a higher T4A. But for those that are getting the $50 per meeting, it would pop them. It probably pop them over the line.
Perhaps I'll turn to President DeBoer, and I think I know where he's going with this, but I'll let you respond to that.
So it's only in-person meetings, and it's only the MNGA, and it's only $150. So I'm not totally sure how you're getting to the 600.
Looking at the honorariums that we get over the course of the year for coming and doing things, like we end up with the T4A, and $50 more could pop someone right over the limit for it. That's what I'm saying, and that could cause them to pay more in taxes than not. So I know it's different for everybody, but.
I think I understand. So the proposal that President DeBoer put forward would that essentially it would be once a year a single $50 honorarium for the representative appearing at the in-person MNGA. I certainly take and correct me if I'm wrong, President Anderson. Your point is there may be other honorariums that people receive during the year that might put them over, and what I would understand, I think there would be a possibility to decline the honorarium and again, like you said, it's going to be, everyone individually will be different, but I think my understanding from President DeBoer's motion and why he's doing it to show there's a nominal and express bit of gratitude in the manner of or in the form of a $50 honorarium, and if some individuals are in a position that they may not wish to accept that for whatever reason, that would still be available. And for those that would wish to accept it and go eat Domino's, then they can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
All right. Thank you. Is there anyone else that wished to speak to the amendment? Is that President Swears?
I would like to go what Joyce said, and maybe instead of $50, that $50, you can give us $50 in lottery tickets. Yes.
I'm sure you can spend the 50 however you wish. Thank you. Yes, President Wingham.
Anthony Wingham, Wachia. If I remember correctly, at that last AGM, we were all gifted a Lisa Shepherd lapel, were we not? What's the value on one of those? I mean, aren't we already kind of...
I was not gifted that.
Oh. But as far as, I mean, an honorarium doesn't have to be a dollar amount. I mean, I've been gifted tobacco, I've been gifted cedar. I think it doesn't have to be a nominal amount. And the last AGM, I was gifted a lapel, and I was very grateful for that. Thank you.
Go ahead, President Lewis.
That gift was priceless.
President Minot?
I know we're not worried about a dollar amount or a value in this. I would like to make a recommendation that if we're going to go at this route, that we do keep the Regional Governance Council in there with a maximum of 3 meetings per year, which would bring up the total amount for the whole province to roughly around $10,000. And I'm pretty well positive, I might get choked by my CEO on this, but I'm just about positive we can come up with those kind of dollars to be able to support, you know, some of our community members going to these in-person meetings, especially if we do it to the one MNGA a year and a maximum of 3 RGCs. And like we said, it's not the dollar amount, it's the recognition. It's being in that chair and being recognized that you're supporting your community, you're volunteering, you're putting that dedication and time into it. And I am almost positive we can probably come up with $200 a year per community to be able to make this happen.
Thank you. What I'm going to suggest, and I want to avoid any violence, so that we perhaps keep it the way it's written here and vote on this. And I'm sure if MNBC has that benevolence in wishing to do that or finds those monies, then we can still do that, and it doesn't require the change. We can certainly write that in, but I would say we suggest we vote on the proposed amendment, and then and certainly the discussion there, and the wonderful offer to his own perhaps health or detriment for the additional amount. Is there any further discussion on the proposed amendment? I see President Goulet.
Thank you, Tony Goulet, North Carroll Métis. And I think it's a fantastic idea. I just don't like the honorarium piece. I think maybe if we use a word like gift, might be better and appropriate if that can just be a friendly amendment. I just don't like the honorarium. It's going to cause some issues for individuals and community presidents. I'm also going to Walter's point about the regional governance councils as well. Keep them in there to give them that $50 gift. So I'm just having issues with the word honorarium, I think. I'm just trying to think of a word that we're appreciating everybody, whether it be a gift or something nominal. That would be fantastic for me.
Thank you. Before I get to the next speaker, President Allard, what I'm going to suggest, President DeBoard, any issue with changing the word honorarium to gift?
Or just striking it entirely and just saying $50 for whatever the wording is best. I'm not stuck on that word.
President Goulet, I'm going to take a gift or just strike it completely? Strike it completely?
I say strike it completely.
All right, thank you. President Dodman, any issue with that as the seconder?
No issue, thank you.
Thank you, and I know it's the same intent, so I appreciate everyone. All right, thank you very much. I did have one other speaker that I saw. I had President Allard.
He's going to annoy me.
I thought I had you first, and then I now have President Caron.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate the intent. I'm not going to vote in support of this, partly because I think we're missing the point. We're kind of scrambling. We want to get this resolved, and that's understandable here. For me, I think we need a larger exploration of what I see as a inequity in how the recognition of our different levels and branches of governance are seen. So I think that has to be part of what we're doing here, as opposed to the simple gestures which start the process, but at the same time, you know, we're the only branch of government of the MNBC that isn't formally recognized as receiving remuneration. So there's talk about how we're perceived by other governments, the federal government. I think that would create quite a larger legitimization of where we want to head to by having the legislative branch ourselves be proactive in approaching these conversations. I appreciate the intent. We're kind of piecemealing some of this. I don't support this specific amendment, but I obviously support the intent and the original resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. President Caron, please go ahead.
Ron Caron, Vernon District, Métis. So going back to what President Anderson said about the honorariums and the dollar value, is there any way you can add maybe a second component to this that says a president or vice president can waive that honorarium when they do attend, just for tax implications? Because some people that attend here are elders and they get honorariums for different events, and it might take them up over that $500 threshold for CRA for a T4A. Is there any way you can add something that say the ability to waive it if they so choose?
So an express, something expressly written in there that someone can decline it as opposed
Yes,
to?
yeah, that they can decline it, because I would.
So perhaps, and I'm just, again, as part of an optional $50, or I guess.
No, I'm thinking more in terms of maybe there's an A and add the B and say that attendees may
decline.
They can decline in writing to decline the honorarium or a gift or whatever you so call it, right?
Yeah. Okay. So I appreciate, so let's deal with this, and then what I'm suggesting, we can look to add a B like you're suggesting, to expressly say that someone can decline it. So anyone who's reading this will know that their president didn't necessarily receive it because they could have declined.
Yeah, just a food for thought, right?
Sure.
For myself,
Thank
personally.
You. Okay. We'll finish with this. I've got one last speaker on my list, President Bremner, and then we'll go to the vote on the amendment. Go ahead, President Bremner.
And rather than, I think just in the discussion, a $50 gift is almost a slap in the face, but wait until you hear what I have to say. If we were given those $50 for each time we attended, and that would amount to $200 for the year, a gift that was made by one of our community members then adds benefit to the community growth in itself, supporting our community artists. So that's just my suggestion.
Thank you for those comments. So,
I haven't spoken.
last one, Director Hooper.
So I don't know, I'm feeling really uncomfortable with this. I'm finding it disrespectful to put a $50 amount. It's like we're trying to appease this and make something. I totally agree. Value everybody here and all the time that's put in. That is not a concern. And I hope you know that. But I'm feeling uncomfortable with, do we $50? Do we do $100? It will affect some people differently all along the line. We have a Region 6 is chatting back and forth, and it's not sitting well the way this is. It's like we have work to do as a board, and us, as a whole membership here, to go and find some funding to support you. But to start throwing $50 here, I find it quite embarrassing to say, I'm going to pay you $50 to be here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling really uncomfortable with how this is going, and I think I will vote against this, just because it's really not sitting well with me. Like, I'm finding it quite embarrassing as a leader to say, I'll pay you $200 a year to come here. One comment between us, between my region, is we could get a bunch of gold stickers and give everybody a gold sticker. That's kind of similar. So like, I'm just stating I will vote against this and the amendments because I'm really uncomfortable with this. We have work to do. We know that. So yeah, I'm just feeling quite uncomfortable and embarrassed that we're offering you $50. So those are my thoughts and some of my region's thoughts. So I'm just, we have work to do. I value everybody. So yeah, so I'm just gonna leave it at that. I'm embarrassed right now.
Right. So where we're at right now, I've got two speakers. I've got President Minot and President Smith. And then we can either vote on this, or we can take perhaps the break to stretch our legs, think this through before the vote, and then come back to do the vote. So I'm thinking we'll do that. I'm seeing heads nodding. And so I'm going to recognize President Minot, then President Smith, and did I see a final light? Was it President Graham? Whose light I saw down there? Was someone else wishing to speak down there? Okay, so I'll add, and we'll finish these last three speakers. We'll have a break, and then we'll come back and deal with any voting that needs to be done. President Minot, please go ahead.
At this time, I want to wait till we get to the vote on this here recommendation, but I do have another recommendation after we come back from break on how to address this situation. So I'll wait for the vote or until we come back to make that suggestion.
Point of clarification. Is a recommendation an amendment?
It's going to, I don't know if it's going to be an amendment to this resolution, but it's going to be a recommendation by our board of directors as well as our senior advisors on how to deal with this situation to recognize our leadership. And I would just want to leave it at that until we come to a conclusion on this. But I do have a recommendation coming forward on this issue.
Thank you. President Smith.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I'm going to also vote against this, but my reasonings are that when volunteering for the to be a part of the association, to be president, to put in the time and the events that we put on, it gives me so much joy to be a part of that and to be a part of all this. And I look forward to being here, and I look forward to connecting, and that to me is payment enough, maybe. And then I've seen what $50 can do to a person. I know it sounds like a little bit, but I've seen what it does to a senior and putting them into that higher tax bracket, and I can appreciate the thought, but definitely will be voting against this. I just really appreciate being here, and that's enough gift for me.
Thank you, President Smith. And we'll finish before our break with President Graham.
June Graham, Alberni, Clayoquot. Susie, thanks for that. I'm embarrassed too. It diminishes what this was all about, where this conversation has gone. And you know, as I get older, I sometimes don't care about what I say. So I'm a kid that was raised in poverty, and I know what that's like. And this conversation makes me feel ashamed. And so I think we've all learned a lesson at the table. It's not about the money, and the more we talk about it, the more ashamed I get. We all know what we got to do, and we came to a really good idea of writing the letters and sending it in, and then you guys fighting for us on the front line. But I just want to say I feel really ashamed, and I'm much bigger and better than this conversation, and it's not at all what one of our leaders intended for it to come to this kind of a feeling. It was about recognizing us in a good way, so I don't put this on our president, Rick. I think we've all learned a good lesson today. And I remind us all that we're family and that we support each other. And there's a good way to do this, and we're going to find out how to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will go for a break. Please come back at 10 after. That'll be 15 minutes or 16 minutes. And we'll be back and we'll...
I'd like to ask our board of directors to stick back here for a couple minutes so we can have a quick discussion, if you guys don't mind.
All right. 15 minutes, please.
your kids are cute.
Ah, thank you.
That's a new photo you sent us, isn't it? Because I remember.
Yeah,
you.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
wait, is this on? Is it on?
Yeah,
it's on. Is it
It's
on?
on.
All right, we'll have everyone take their seats, and I will turn it over to our clerk to do the quorum call.
Welcome back, everybody. This is your quorum call for the afternoon. All right, try and speak around your churros when I call your name. Katie Aldred. Present. David Allard. Not yet. Melanie Allard. Not yet. Kyle Belcourt-Gladu.
Present.
Danielle Bergevin. Present. Caitlin Bird. Present. We'll just give everybody a second to trickle in here. Joy Bremner. Present. Zev Brewer.
Present.
Ron Caron. Carmen Carrier. Bernadette Chaboyer. Present. Alana Copeland. Here. Nicole Corson. Present. Jeff Crozier.
Right here, ready to dazzle or nap, depending on the vibe.
Louis DeJagger.
Present.
Betty Dack. Here. Cheryl Dodman. Tunche. Mark DeBoard.
Present.
Deb Fisher. Present. Okay, Paulette Flamond. Present. Lee Fraser. Present. Rainey Gervais.
Present.
Dean Gladue.
Present.
Feb Goulet. Present. Tony Goulet.
Here.
June Graham. Present. Patrick Harriott.
Present.
I see Jessica is not here, but Rob is, correct?
You
for
are
Sea
correct.
to Sky. Excellent. Susie Hooper. Present. Brenda House. Here. Zelda Hunt. Present. Travis Jobin.
Present.
Jamie Keith. Right here. Alan Lavallee.
Here.
Rick Lewis.
Present.
Tyler Massey.
Present.
Betty Ann McDonnell. Present. Walter Minot.
Here.
Vanessa Mueller.
I'm still here.
Brianna Pelche. Here. Chris Sample. Present. Mert Servatius. Here. Lisa Shepard.
Uta.
Natasha Smith. Present. Thomas Spence.
Here.
Joyce Sundin. Present. Marlene Swears. Here. Heather Weaver. Here. Anthony Wingham.
Present.
Patrick is here. I forgot to. Director Harriott is here. I forgot to check him off. David Allard. And Melanie Allard.
I had the same emergency.
All right, you have a quorum with 48 present.
Thank you very much. And I'll ask our deputy clerk if we can have the resolution 5 with the proposed amendments put back on the screen. Thank you very much. So we are at the point of voting. I think it's probably going to be, sorry, resolution 6. Thank you.
Yes, that's the correct one.
But it's the correct one on the board, just I had mentioned the wrong one. We will go by way of vote. I know there's not going to be unanimous consent, and so we'll do it by way of roll call. It's just easier than having everyone hold their hands up, especially in some of the angles it's hard to see. So we will be voting on whether or not to accept the amendment proposed by President DeBoard. and as set out on the screen, and I will turn it over to our clerk for that vote. This requires just a majority.
That's correct. This is a majority vote. Starting from the end of the alphabet, Anthony Wingham.
Opposed.
Heather Weaver.
Opposed.
Marlene Swears.
Opposed.
Joyce Sundin.
Opposed?
Thomas Spence.
Opposed.
Natasha Smith.
Opposed.
Lisa Shepherd.
Opposed.
Mert Servatius.
Opposed.
Chris Sample.
Opposed.
Brianna Pelche.
Opposed.
Vanessa Mueller.
Opposed.
Walter Minot.
Opposed.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Opposed.
Tyler Massey.
Opposed.
Rick Lewis.
Opposed.
Alan Lavallee.
Opposed.
Jamie Keith.
Opposed.
Travis Jobin.
Opposed.
Zelda Hunt.
Opposed.
Brenda House.
Opposed.
Susie Hooper. Opposed. Patrick Harriet.
Opposed.
June Graham.
Opposed.
Tony Goulet.
Opposed.
Feb Goulet.
Opposed.
Dean Gladue.
Opposed.
Rainey Gervais.
Opposed.
Lee Fraser.
Opposed.
Paulette Flamand.
Opposed.
Deborah Fisher.
Opposed.
Mark Dubord.
Opposed.
Cheryl Dodman.
I seconded it, but I'm opposed.
Betty Deck.
Opposed.
Louis DeJager.
Opposed.
Jeff Crozier.
Opposed.
Nicole Corson.
Opposed.
Alana Copeland.
Opposed.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Opposed.
Carmen Carrier.
Opposed.
Ron Karan.
Opposed?
Zev Brewer.
Opposed.
Joy Bremner.
Opposed.
Caitlin Bird.
Opposed.
Danielle Bergevin.
Opposed.
Kyle Belcourt Gladue.
Opposed.
Rob Anderson.
Not in favor.
Melanie Allard.
Opposed.
David Allard.
Opposed.
Katie Aldred.
Opposed.
Thank you. And that is a unanimous vote, but the motion is, or the amendment is defeated because that is 49 opposed.
Thank you very much. So if we can go back to Resolution 6.
Yeah, she'll get it.
Thank you. And let me see our list from before. So we had President McDonnell speaking for a second time, and then we had Presidents Lewis and Keith wishing to speak for a third time. So that'll be again up to the Assembly if we wish to permit that. But we will start with President McDonnell.
It actually had nothing to do with this. What I wanted to say was when I thanked everyone, I forgot to thank the MNBC staff. And again, none of this would be if they weren't working hard. So, merci.
Thank you. I then next have President Goulet speaking a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tony Goulet, North Caribou Métis. And again, as I'll say before, I'm still opposed to this original motion. I just thought I would share as I was listening to the conversation and being involved for so long, me and my family over 30 years ago, we were enticed to come to a meeting for an actual wood stove, a little tiny wood stove that you could burn out. That's how they used to get people to come to Métis meetings back in the day. I think the thing was maybe worth about $20. The interesting thing, though, is that my dad, to this day, still asks where the wood stove is, because we never ever did get a wood stove, but the intention was there to provide a wood stove for individuals. I just thought I would share that story, but I'm definitely opposed to the original motion.
Thank you. I'll next look to or first of all, see if Presidents Keith and Lewis still wish to speak a third time or not. No, seeing no. Yes. I'll just look if there's any objection to, or did you wish to speak a second time? So we'll start first with Vice President Goulet.
I just want to suggest an amendment. Instead of having the honorarium, to put per diem.
Thank you. So I'm advised for meetings in which attendees come and for example, meals are not provided, then there is a per diem provided for those meals. So I'm not sure if we're saying per diem, and perhaps I can have a staff member that wishes to or can clarify that, but in certain circumstances, I believe per diems are still provided. It just depends on, I think, the meals that are provided and other things like that. I'm seeing our treasurer nod his head and giving a thumbs up. So, is that sufficient then, Vice President Goulet, or are you still wishing to add the per diem part to the? Okay, thank you.
I just looked up the definition, and yeah, it wasn't meant. That was not what I meant. It was just for the incidentals.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Incidentals.
Yeah, and I believe those are still provided as well. Is there any, I see, I know what he's going to say. I know it's going to start with a Q. Is there any objection, because we have had President Keith with their hand up on the list for quite a while, is there any objection to having President Keith speak a third time? And then I would go to President Massey, who I believe is going to say a word that starts with a Q. I'm not seeing any objection. Perhaps go ahead, President Keith.
I would like to point out, because we are not paid, we don't have the opportunity to lobby. So as much as these things take a lot of time, Cowichan Valley and I agree that sometimes this is the only place where we can actually get the opportunity to talk about things. And we've put things forward, not necessarily with the intention of them passing, but by starting a conversation. There are times when I'm working on a resolution with Nicole, and again, I would love to run it by all presidents and the chairs first, and have that time, like I said, to be able to ask people properly before it comes to the floor. But we don't have that time. So as annoying as it is to come here and have to work really hard to get through it, part of that reason is because we aren't paid and we don't have all the time to have meetings and discussions before these happen. And in addition, I would like to point out that having an honorarium would personally help me, because I have family that is not Métis that can't seem to understand why I do what I do. And it's a very contentious issue in my home, because it's to them, and again, they're not Métis, so forgive them as I do, but to them it's like, well, how can they pay so many people, but you do the work of so much and there's just nothing for you? Or they say things like, well, you know, they're never going to start paying you, because why would they? You already do it for free. And we all know those comments are wrong and that they're misguided, but if I just had an honorarium, I know it would help me a lot in my own personal life, because it would take the pressure off, and I could at least tell them I'm getting something in return and I'm bringing home some bacon. And I just thought that would be a point to keep in mind for those directors when you go to ask for funds in our name. Thank you.
Ron Caron.
Ron Caron, Vernon District Métis. So I asked for an amendment to this, but is there a policy with MNBC where I can say I don't want this honorarium? Because they put it directly in the bank. I prefer not to have it myself. That's just me, right? But that's not the opinion of everybody here, but is there a way that we could have a policy sheet where we say we can refuse it each time? Then it won't have to be added to this motion.
Oh, thank you. I think that's a good question, and I'll invite our CEO.
So what we would do is ask for those folks who would not want to accept an honorarium that they let finance know or MNBC know, and we can ensure that it is not processed.
Thank you. President Massey.
I'd like to thank everybody for their wonderful comments, but can we call a question? Because it's either yes or a no.
Yes, thank you. So question has been called. This will be the resolution 6, and I'll turn it to our clerk.
Okay. This, again, requires a majority vote for approval, starting from the beginning of the alphabet. Katie Aldred.
No support.
David Allard. In support. I'm sorry, in support? Yes. Reminder for you to turn on your microphone when you use when you answer, please. Melanie Allard.
I just want to say that we have heard you loud and clear, and at this time I can't support this.
You cannot?
Cannot, yeah.
Okay, Rob Anderson.
Opposed.
Kyle Belcourt Gladieux.
I'm opposed.
Danielle Bergevin.
Opposed.
Caitlin Bird.
Opposed.
Joy Bremner.
Opposed.
Zev Brewer.
In favor.
Ron Karan.
Opposed.
Carmen Carrier.
Opposed.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
In favor.
Alana Copeland.
Opposed.
Nicole Corson.
Opposed.
Jeff Crozier.
Opposed.
Louis DeJager.
Opposed.
Betty Deck.
Opposed.
Cheryl Dodman.
Opposed.
Mark Dubord.
Favor.
Deb Fisher.
Opposed.
Paulette Flamande.
Opposed.
Lee Fraser.
Opposed.
Rainey Gervais.
Opposed.
Dean Gladieux.
Opposed.
Feb Goulet.
Opposed.
Tony Goulet.
Opposed.
June Graham.
Opposed.
Patrick Harriott.
Opposed.
Susie Hooper.
Opposed.
Brenda House.
Favor.
Zelda Hunt.
Opposed.
Travis Jobin.
Opposed.
Jamie Keith.
In favor.
Alan Lavallee.
Opposed.
Rick Lewis.
In favor.
Tyler Massey.
Opposed.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Opposed.
Walter Minot.
Opposed.
Vanessa Mueller.
Opposed.
Brianna Pelche.
Opposed.
Chris Sample.
Opposed.
Mert Servatius.
In favor.
Lisa Shepard.
Opposed.
Natasha Smith.
Opposed.
Thomas Spence.
Opposed.
Joy Sundin.
In favor.
Marlene Swears.
Confused, but opposed.
Opposed? Thank you. Heather Weaver.
Opposed.
Anthony Wingham.
Opposed.
Okay, the motion is, or the resolution is defeated with 9 in favor and 40 opposed.
Speaker recognizes President Minot.
Just know that we've heard you. This conversation has come up more than once. And I'm going to guarantee you right now, we just met with our board, and we are going to look at this issue in great detail and come up with some resolutions around it to be able to bring forward. We understand the importance of it. We understand the recognition that every one of you deserve for all the work that you do. And we do not want you feeling that you aren't valued to this government. And that has never been our intent. So I promise you, and our board of directors have just affirmed that we are going to take this discussion to our next board meeting and bring back a resolution, hopefully that will suit the needs of our leadership and your direction that you guys want us to go. So I appreciate you, Rick, and your community for bringing this forward. It was a great conversation, and we will guarantee you that we will be looking at this in the near future right away to try to come up with some resolution around it. Thank you so much, Rick, and thank your community for bringing this issue forward.
Thank you, President Minot. We are going to move along to Resolution 7. If our clerk could read the resolution.
Subject is the role of President and Vice President in citizen representation, submitted by South Okanagan Smilkameen Métis Association on April 25th, 2025, and requires a majority vote for approval. Whereas MNBC citizens directly elect the President, Vice President, and Regional Director to the MNBC Board of Directors. The President and Vice...
Sorry, point of order. Did we want to just table this until tomorrow? Just because by the time you're done reading it, it'll be pretty close to 4. Did we not just want to have it tomorrow? That's up to you guys, I just thought.
No, I think we've got enough time to deal with it, or at least certainly to start it. And the 4 o'clock, normally it's a hard end because they have to change the room for the banquet. It's being done in the other room, so we do have some leeway. So I think our goal today would we can get as far as we can, if not finish number 7, then call it a day. But yes, thanks.
Okay. I will start from the beginning of the whereases again. Whereas MNBC citizens directly elect the President, Vice President, and Regional Director to the MNBC Board of Directors. The President and Vice President represent all Métis citizens across the province of British Columbia, and the Regional Director represents their region at the MNBC Board of Directors. It is the responsibility of the Regional Director to ensure community requests are communicated to the Board of Directors in those areas where the Board has some influence or capacity. Regional Directors are busy and from time to time may be unable or unwilling to provide requested information or take the requested action. Community Board members may have a closer relationship to the Vice President or President, and it is important to preserve peace within the nation. Be it resolved that the position of the MNGA is that community board members may direct community inquiries to the MNBC President or Vice President as appropriate if a regional director is unwilling or unable to address community inquiries at the board level, or the community board member has an uncomfortable relationship with their regional director and seeks to use the Vice President or President as an alternative representative, and the President or Vice President is willing to stand in as an alternative representative for the community board member.
Thank you. Can we have someone move the motion? President Keith, thank you. And a second? President Aldred, thank you. President Keith, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, yes. This resolution came to mind for me specifically because I have a very close relationship with Vice President Allard. call her up maybe once a week, and I'd say she's a friend, but really she's more of a mentor to me. And when we get talking and, you know, hours go by, I end up naturally coming across inquiries, you know, hey, maybe you could ask the board about this, or I wonder if we could do this. And the problem that I'm running into is that I'm told that I'm not actually allowed to go through Mel or Walter. And the name that I'm given changes. Sometimes it's, well, that's not her area, that's minister whatever, that's, you know, this staff member. And it's sort of been a frustration to me because there is a turnover rate at MNBC for staff sometimes, and other times I don't have as casual relationship with other people. So just cold calling them and saying, hey, you know, I was thinking about this. In other words, I don't have time often for formal meetings where I can hash out ideas. And I just want the ability to talk to Mel and Walter, and to have them represent me or my ideas or my community, or just bring things up. And I'm, like I said, I'm coming into friction where, again, bizarrely, because I find, you know, I elected her, she is a representative of me, and that we really shouldn't be telling presidents that, I mean, we should be allowing them to go to who they're most comfortable, and that they're close with in their relationships, and who they feel supported by naturally. I think it should be more our choice. And again, this resolution only speaks to Mel and Walter, who represent all of us. And that's my thoughts behind this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. President Aldred?
This one is a bit of a difficult and contentious resolution for me, because I feel like community members should be able to go to any member of MNBC and have them advocate on their behalf if, one, they don't feel comfortable with the representatives that are in place, or two, that they're not receiving a response from those representatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this resolution? President Wingham?
Anthony Wingham with Métis Society. Our community will be voting against this. I believe that there's systems in place right now where you can contact your community service representative and they can do the work that it is. If we take the time away from our president and vice president, we're not going to be able to get the other funding that we're looking for in these past conversations. So that's what we will be voting for. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader McDonnell?
Please don't take this in any way. Perhaps I'm not best friends with Mel. I would love to be. She's wonderful. And Walter. Many of you know different people for lengths of time. And so it makes me uncomfortable that we can go directly to a board member that maybe I'm not as close to. I think there is a mechanism in place. I have had people who have been very angry at me that went to the regional director. For me, that was Dean at the time. And he listened, contacted me. We screamed at each other, worked it out. But that's, and we did. I was in a parking lot in Washington. But I understand how that works. That was the second time.
Elbows up.
Yes.
Elbows up.
Oh, yes. That's good. Anyway, while I understand this and why you perhaps would want to do that, I'm going to speak against it, because the other thing I'm thinking is perhaps, well, not perhaps, they are. Mel and all of our board, Walter, are extremely busy. So if they're taking our calls, then they're taking our community member calls, not a lot of work will get done. Thank you.
Thank you. President Minot?
First of all, I thank you for having the confidence in your VP and your president and putting this request in. But at this time, I can't support this resolution, as we do have protocol in place on how we address our leadership and our representation for each community, each region. I think we need to stick to our protocol and our process, but that still doesn't prevent any leader here to contacting your vice president or your president at any time to get some direction and some consultation. But just knowing that communication will always have to go through the regional director that's representing that region. I don't want to go out of practicing and getting away from our protocol at all. I think it's in place to make sure that our governance is running the way it's intended to run, and our representatives have been elected by the people to represent the region, to represent the communities, and I do not want to be the one to override, our citizens' vote on their representation throughout the province. But again, our phones are always open. Mel and I are always willing to talk to anybody, but just know that we will always run through the regional director that is dealing with those issues to get their support and have them address it at that level. But I just can't support this resolution as it's written, just because of the fact that our governance, our structure has been in place like this for many years for a reason, and every Indigenous government, every other government, they all have protocol in place. And once we start taking our elected representatives out of that equation, we're taking the voice of the people away from them.
Thank you. President Graham?
June Graham, Melbourne, Clayoquot. Okay, so I love being able to say whatever I want. I've been around a long time, and I'm going to call any of you whenever I want. And I look at Colette. She was a little girl when I knew her, and now she's running all of MNBC. I'm going to call her whenever I want. So I think it's important, right? But we also have a responsibility of, as I've said before, if our regional director isn't living up to the expectations, then we need to talk to them. And I do that, Just recently, Patrick and I had little chatsies because I wasn't happy. But that's what we do. And I don't like to put confines on things. I don't like to be restricted, because each of the persons that are in leadership, there's times that I need them, and that I have that relationship that I've earned. I have their respect. I respect them. So I'm not sure where that stands on this, but I'm just saying that that's the way I'm going to conduct myself. I'm going to respect them, and I know they respect me. So I don't know if that's helpful to anyone at the table, but that's the way I'm going to roll. Thank you.
Thank you. President Crozier.
Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. We have the opportunity and the honor of having two hats in what we do. We have our presidential hat, or our political hat, and then we have our citizen hat. And we are such a small community that I've gotten to know most of the board, Walter and Mel, as friends, but I still respect the office. And if there's ever a problem, there is a line of authority that we follow. But if I wanted to chat them up, like I call Deb Fisher as my regional director, but she's also my friend. And so I'll call her and I'll say, this is non-Métis. And she'll call me and she goes, I have a question. This is non-Métis. Okay, great. So let's chat, Or I will call her and I'll say, I have an issue, or I have a situation. And she's like, let's chat. Never once do I ever feel that I'm limited to who I can talk to, and it's been echoed already, but I'm making the same point. We're family, we're committed to each other, we're friends, we're frenemies, we're whatever it may be at whatever given time, we will work things out. And so I don't feel that while the resolution is out of line, I don't feel that it is unnecessary because of who we are as a people. And so I would be voting no again. I would voting in opposition to this resolution.
Thank you. Director Flamand.
Paulette Flamand, Region 7 Director. I am going to vote against this because, as has been mentioned around the room, that these channels and protocols are already put into place. If somebody goes to the VP or to the President, it's up to those two leaders to come to the regional directors to let them know that they had got a complaint about them. As leaders, I would hope that we are all professional. I would hope that we're all grown up. And if there are differences, and not saying that they're not differences, then we may need to look at a mediation process. So if you feel that you can't talk to your regional director, if you feel like you've been pushed aside by your regional director, then we might need to look at mediation. So for the time being, I don't think that this resolution is necessary at this assembly, so I will be voting against it.
Thank you. President Goulet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tony Goulet, North Caribou Métis. And again, I'll be voting against this resolution. To the comments across the table, I just usually pick up the phone and have a conversation. I mean, it doesn't take anything to have a conversation. You can get mad, you can get angry, but I'm also looking at what we've developed in our Constitution, and I'm looking at Section 61, which outlines a process for people to be able to talk at regional governance councils, have the respect, come out with decisions. I know they're not always favorable and they're not always right. That's democratic. I'm pretty sure within our region, I've phoned people in the middle of the night. I think I've talked to Rainey in the middle of the night, something that's bugging me and he's laughing over there as the Region 5 Director. I know I've talked to Marlene and several people around the table. So, I mean, you have the free will to talk to how you do it, and I don't think we should be restricting us to just saying, no, we can't. I think they got elected into the position. I think they should be able to answer a question. If they can't, they should be able to get back to you. That's how I look at it. As an elected official, I get phone calls all the time. If you can't answer it, you can get back to them. So there's a process already in play. We don't need to put it into any kind of formal agreement.
Thank you. Director Gladue.
Director Gladue, Region 3 Director. I'll be voting against this simply because when you look at my history and my background in the RCMP for 26 years, conflict was a huge part of my career. Everything was about conflict. And as a nation, let's face it, we've had conflict since 1867. We've always been going at it with each other. We was our parents. But I agree with June over there. But we're all cousins. We're all interrelated some way, somehow. We have comfort zones of who we should phone. And I think that's okay. The doors have to be open. You have to be able to phone your elders. You have to be able to phone this. Look at my Uncle Philip and I. He's a senator, but he's my mentor. But one thing that him and we have common ground. We do not talk politics. We talk family. We're having an issue with my auntie. We're having this. We talk, we know where the line is. And I think that's the respect that leadership has at every level. We know where our line is. We know who should what, why we talk to. I know I get calls from people from other regions, and I'll say, listen, why don't we do this, X, Y, Z? But when it comes to just a protocol of a line, when a decision has to be made, and a good example that I'm going to leave is in housing. A president has an idea, I want to get housing in my community. They should not be going right to the president and vice president for that. That has to be an upline of support and doing it. And then that's why we have the RGC, because then that person can bring it up to the RGC. And if that, as region directors, you still have an opinion. We still have a voice that we feel. We are indigenous peoples in this land. We have a right. We're Opisawapmic. We're people that exalt, that promote our culture and history. And because of my background as a road allowance kid, who I grew up on the side of a road, literally. My great-grandfather's house was burnt by, as he says, by police or whoever. Somebody burnt his house because he chose to speak up in the early 1900s. You know, when we speak up and we have to go against one another, we should not take it as, oh, I can never talk to that person. I've had conflict with a lot of people at this room. But at the end of the day, we have to respect protocol. But yes, June, you should have every right to phone me if you want to call and talk to something about it. But it's up to me. If I feel that's an overline, you need to go to Patrick. And that would be my recommendation to you, exactly. But then if you can't work it out, we have a place in progress. And we're getting a lot of young people. Younger people are coming, and you know what? Some of them are not used to this. I came from a world, and Walter and I know that with the Fred House, where we'd be sitting here as kids, we'd be sitting over there playing, and we'd all yell, fight, fight. And literally there was a fight going on. And it was our leaders, and they're outside swinging it, and then they come back in and they get a business like, but glad we don't not like that anymore. We're not like that anymore, but except for Betty and I. But hence the bad shoulder. I don't call her Killer Betty for nothing. But I'm just saying that we need to realize that we have to respect that protocol. And Walter, and if we start getting into that place, and then it becomes a system of we can create dictatorship at this level. And we need democracy. And we have protocols in place to help one another. And there will be conflict, personality conflicts. There's no doubt about that. So I leave it at that, and I'm opposed to it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Vice President Allard.
Thank you. I just want to, kind of just talk about it a little bit. Whereas Walter and I both are elected provincially, and you're always welcome to call either one of us at any time. When we do hear from others through the community, so I don't only just hear from Jamie, I hear from lots of people, and I love it, and we both love it. But when something does come up, we will go to the regional director and we will see if there is an issue or a problem, or if we can help solve it, if we can bridge a relationship. There's those types of things. So it happens all across the province. So we are elected to support everyone, but we also support our fellow board members, our council. So if people come to me with council things, of course I'm going to talk to the council for it, whether it be youth, whether it be 2S, whether it be our women, whomever. So we are here. I don't know if we have to have a resolution about it, but we just have to have the conversation to know that you are safe to call us if you like to call us, and we will go the proper channels to help you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. President Bremner.
I think over the many years I've been involved. Introduce yourself. Oh, Joy Bremner, Highland Métis Nation. Thanks. I was being poked. The reality is, over my many years, at times I've called different members of the board of directors. And generally, depending on your ministries that you cover and that kind of thing, and very often there was not the staff lined up that there is now. And so, and each of the board of directors, the majority of you are regional directors. That's how you got elected and in there. So, myself, the community support member, employees, I'm never quite sure exactly what I'm asking for and who I should talk to. And I have called Patrick on occasion to discuss immediately out of really hostile meetings that were not just aimed at the Métis. Who do I actually talk to about this, and talk it out before I go ranting someplace I shouldn't. And so then he's directed me which employees, how do I get in touch with them? Or, how do you do that? And I think we have a number of avenues to do things. Sometimes I go directly through community support and they put me through to somebody, and then I let Patrick know later. Because it was just that fast, and it had to be, because we have a lot going on in our communities that's very uncomfortable, it's challenging, and we need answers today and now, not, a week or two from now, because everyone is extremely busy. So if we can get put through to somebody, we're going to try a variety of avenues in order to do that, depending on what's happened and what's come up. And so, I can't actually vote in favor of this one, unfortunately, but, you know, because I will take whatever direction I need to get in touch with who I have to that day and at that moment. Thank you.
Question.
First, I want to put a motion to put June Graham in a timeout for a while.
If I've heard call for, a fabulous suggestion. I have heard the call for questions, so we're just going to finish. We have 4 more speakers, and then we will go to the vote. So President Allard is next.
Yeah, hi, David Allard, Salmon Métis Association. I'm going to abstain on this one, mostly because it doesn't really directly influence me or our community. Basically, I'm at the stage where, like others in the room here, just call who we want, or I'll call who I want, and we'll see what happens. I understand the point of systems, protocol and process. I mean, that is important as well, but at the same time, I'm really ready to assume the consequences of not following all systems to the letter, because I don't think they always are anyway. We got to look inwards, even at the higher level of MNBC. I'm sure there's dysfunction in regards to following proper process and protocol in certain regards. So I'm ready to personally be accountable, but with my actions, that won't stop me from making sure that I consider a greater good in interactions amongst everyone and our regional director. If I'm not there at the very minimum to support, then what's the point? So we're at that stage where our community and myself, we approach it that way. So I don't think this impacts us directly. So I will abstain. But if I feel like making a phone call, I will. I'll just let you know that much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Vice President Mueller.
Just a couple of points. I think that when you leave out your director, you're putting them at a disadvantage, and that's really unfair. And if it's a matter of conflict, the first step to conflict resolution is to talk to the person you have the conflict with. We're all adults. That shouldn't be a problem. In our region, I've had times where I've taken something to Susie as our director, and she has sourced who I needed to talk to, and Deborah Fisher, and joined the conversation that way and made the connection. Because also, if you have someone in your area that has a fantastic idea, like I do, your director needs to know, right? And if the people underneath them have a concern, your director needs to know. How can they fix things if they don't know it's broken? Working for a very large organization myself, I know that I won't be phoning the premier the next time the roads are bad. You have to use the proper channels of communication, because also, when you're saying you can pick up the phone and call any director, that's not really fair. That's not fair to them and their personal time, and it should go through the direct channels. I'll be voting to oppose this.
Thank you very much. As the question has been called, we'll go to our final speaker, which is President Keith.
Oh, I have a lot to reply to, but Anthony, you can't go to community services for political stuff. It has to be a director. There are times when I've asked Kendra a few things, but she can't reply to them. That's not her capacity. Paulette, this isn't a resolution, pardon me, okaying you to complain to a VP or president about your regional director. I'm not sure where the lines got crossed there, but that was not the intention here. I know that it seems like a pointless resolution, like, hey, we have conflict resolution and yeah, we have a hierarchy, you should go through your regional director, but I'm gonna ask you guys to put yourself in the situation of someone who's just been made to feel uncomfortable. And sometimes you do have arguments and you do just wanna leave it for a little bit and, you know, not go through conflict resolution and submit formal complaints. You just wanna cool off for a little bit or just leave it. And, you know, I get your point, Dean, and I know it's it seems funny to have those memories of fight, 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 but it's not funny to me. It's not fun to be around environments where you think a physical altercation can break out. If you have a history of domestic violence, that stuff can be hard to be around, and sometimes I just want to go to Mel because I just don't want to overcomplicate my life. I just want to go to someone who I feel more comfortable with, and sometimes other people are hard to be around and hard to deal with. And like I said, yes, you should be talking and you should work through it, but sometimes that's just not always the readily available option. So before you vote yes or no on this, I want you to imagine that someone's made you feel very uncomfortable, and you're not at the stage where you want to go through formal channels and have a sit down and a coffee and a beer with them. You just want to continue advocacy for your community and keep it professional, but just leave that and maybe apply some self-soothing social balm to it with that time. Sometimes these things aren't always as clear as they seem. It seems so obvious. Well, if you have a fight, work it out. Well, if they said something uncomfortable, well, then mediate it. Sometimes life just isn't that smooth, and for personal reasons, and again, I could give you examples as to why I've made certain choices to do certain things, but I don't want to get personal, and I don't want to give examples because that'll hurt feelings. If someone's made to feel uncomfortable, particularly women or whatever the case may be, I think that they should be able to go to the vice president or president, and it's only up to them to decide if they're comfortable or whether they have been made to feel uncomfortable. It works great if you're happy with your regional director, but again, you have to put yourself in a situation where you just don't want to deal with it, or for whatever reason, you just gravitate towards people that you're more comfortable with. And the work in my nation has to keep going. My citizens are asking me to advocate, and I would hate to step down based upon, uncomfortable feelings. I just want the ability to go to Mel or Walter when I just feel more comfortable with them sometimes. That doesn't mean I'm not working on the relationships and that I'm trying to better them. I just want to do it in my own time. And in the meantime, I want to be able to talk to Mel and Walter as a great second option until that other relationship mends or heals. Thank you.
Thank you, President Keith. We'll move to our clerk for our vote.
Okay. We'll start in reverse alphabetical order. Anthony Wingham.
Opposed.
Oh, and just a reminder that this vote requires a majority for approval. Heather Weaver.
Opposed.
Marlene Swears.
In favor.
Joyce Sundin.
Opposed.
Thomas Spence.
Opposed.
Natasha Smith.
Opposed.
Lisa Shepard.
Opposed.
Mert Servatius.
Opposed.
Chris Sample.
Opposed.
Brianna Pelche.
Opposed.
Pardon me. Vanessa Mueller.
Opposed.
Walter Minot.
Opposed.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Opposed.
Tyler Massey.
Opposed.
Rick Lewis.
Opposed.
Alan LaValle.
Abstain.
Jamie Keith.
In favor.
Travis Jobin.
Abstain.
Zelda Hunt.
Opposed.
Brenda House.
Favor.
Susie Hooper.
Opposed.
Patrick Harriet.
Opposed.
June Graham.
Opposed.
Tony Goulet.
Opposed.
Feb Goulet.
Abstain.
Okay. Dean Gladue.
Opposed.
Rainey Gervais.
Opposed.
Lee Fraser.
Opposed.
Paulette Flamond.
Opposed.
Deb Fisher.
Opposed.
Mark Dubord.
Opposed?
Cheryl Dodman.
Opposed.
Betty Deck.
Opposed.
Louis DeJager.
Opposed?
Jeff Crozier.
Nope.
Nicole Corson.
Abstain.
Alana Copeland.
Opposed.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Opposed.
Carmen Carrier.
Opposed.
Ron Curran.
Abstain.
Zev Brewer.
Opposed.
Joy Bremner.
Opposed.
Caitlin Bird.
Opposed.
Danielle Bergevin.
Opposed.
Kyle Belcourt Gladieux.
Opposed.
Rob Anderson.
Opposed.
Melanie Allard.
I'm going to say opposed, but you still know you guys can call. Thanks.
David Allard.
98% abstain.
Do not start it. Katie Aldred.
I just want to say thank you, Jamie, for bringing this forward and having us kind of get discussion around it. I don't know you personally, but I have been in a position where I have felt uncomfortable. And I just want to say thank you to Walter and Melanie for saying that if we do call them, that they will take a call if they can and if they are able, and that goes for everybody else at this table. So thank you for that. It makes us seen and validated, and it is nice to know that if we feel uncomfortable going to one person, that there is another person that is willing to work with us and get us those answers that we need or the support that we're looking for. With that being said, I am opposed.
Thank you. I have 39 opposed. There were,
You have a positive, I have a negative, so either way, it goes your
Okay.
number. Goes your number.
Sorry about that. The motion fails or is defeated with 39 opposed and 4 in favor.
Thank you very much. So we are past our end time. Before everyone gets up, we will deal with resolution number 8 tomorrow first thing in the morning. Just to remind everyone, the banquet, the doors open at 6 with dinner to start at 6:30, and it's just in the room next door where we've had, where we've eaten before. And before we close for the day, I just want to turn the microphone over briefly to Director Fisher.
Thank you. So I'm going to try and do this without crying. But we have one of our presidents from Region 4 who is, has handed in his resignation for June 18th, I think it was. Yeah. So he is somebody that's been new to us and speaks well here, but also is sometimes our entertainment. And he has taken on a new position that's not going to allow him to be a president anymore. He's somebody that I did not know before. So because I come from the education system, you know how you take the letters and you give some words to it? So this is for Jeff, J-E-F-F. So Jeff, J, jolly. E, empathetic. F, I haven't got my glasses on. Oh yeah, forthright. Another F, faithful. Jeff has become a good friend to all, I believe, here, but especially in our Region 4. He's somebody that we respect and we look up to. We're going to miss you at our regional governance meetings. I'm glad that you have such an active community, and we get invited down to everything that you're doing, so hopefully we'll get to still hang out. Jeff is somebody who's absolutely genuine. He's strong. He's a very valued Métis man. And I'm really, really proud that we can call him a friend. So we'd like to give you a gift, Jeff, and wish you well on your new endeavors. He is going to be the head guy for the International School Program, student program in School District Number 5, and we wish you well.
While they're taking their photos, so that means we'll have one last morning of Jeff's jolliness and all the other letters. Everyone, we'll see you at 6 o'clock and for continuation tomorrow at 9. So have a good evening and enjoy the banquet.